Peace, family. Peace, 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 peace. Greetings. Peace, peace. Peace, peace, peace. Can y'all hear me? All right, all right. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? And let me know how it's sounding now. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right. Greetings to the family. Peace to you and yours. All right. Yes, yes. We are here. Okay. We are in the building. Welcome, everyone. Make yourselves comfortable. I'm giving out links right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing like three things right now. Make yourselves comfortable though. The room is filling up. We're gonna do a roll call. Yeah, we're gonna take it back to the KTL days. You guys are in for a beautiful, wonderful demonstration tonight. For anybody who has any prior engagements, you got to put the little ones to sleep or you got to catch some Z's. No worries. This is being recorded and it will be available to all ticket holders. It's probably as soon as 1 a.m. or something. Usually it finishes compressing. If not, the latest is tomorrow morning, mañana, tomorrow rising. We will have it emailed out to everybody. So you could watch the replay, you could pause it and do all of these things. All right. So with that being said, I'm gonna finish sending out a few more links and then we will start this show off and get this thing going. We don't want to have everybody in here to the wee hours of the morning. We're going to be respectful for the fact that people do have 9 to 5s and things of that nature. So we're looking at maybe a midnight, a 12 a.m. finish time, a 3 hour show. Okay. I encourage everybody to take notes and write down any questions that you may have. And we will have a Q&A segment where we're going to get right to it. Okay. So with that being said, I will return in a few minutes. Be right back. Peace to the family. Peace, love, and light. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to 2024
44 cast. I am your host, Brother Blue Pill, soon to be joined by Red Pill, and our esteemed guest for the evening, Brother Ras Ben. All right, please make yourselves comfortable, and we will be with you shortly.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Let's go ahead and get this thing started off with the roll call. We would love to know who's joining us tonight, who's in the building. If you don't want to turn your camera on, you could simply just say it through the mic, or you could type it in the chat and I will read it. You dig what I'm saying? So I'll set it off. Brother Red Pill, aka Richfield, reporting live from Atlantis. You know what I'm talking about? Like a praying mantis. Yeah, we are in the ATL, KTL and the ATL. It's lit out here. You know what I'm talking about? I wouldn't necessarily go on a limb and say this is the land of the chosen and things of that nature, but it is definitely home to some very dynamic, wonderful, melanated people who are making major moves and whatnot, making their ancestors proud. So yeah, KTL and the ATL by way of NYC. Okay. So who else we got in the building?
Ras Ben in the house.
That's what I'm talking about. We got Mystic Philly in the building. You know what I'm talking about? Shout out to
Live. Star Rebel from New Jerusalem, Jersey City, New Jersey.
Yeah.
Shout out to Jersey City. Harlem in the building.
All right. Wait. You said Harlem?
Yes, sir. By way of Jersey City, you know, Dub City, you know the vibes, man. East 49, you know the vibes, man.
You already know, man. Harlem.
Building Pittsburgh.
Okay. Shout out to Pittsburgh. We got big love for Pittsburgh, man. You know, y'all got to get y'all football team together, but shout out to Pittsburgh.
Key, another one from Pittsburgh.
Okay. Shout out to Pittsburgh, man. Shout out to the Pittsburgh family. We see y'all. Indeed.
Dallas, Texas.
Man, shout out to Dallas, man. We trying to come out to Dallas real soon. We've been hearing a lot of great things about the Dallas Fort Worth family. And salute to y'all.
San Diego, California.
San Diego. All right. Heard it's beautiful out there.
It's lovely.
Right. Blue, you ever been out there to San Diego? On your poncho pilgrimages?
San Diego is one region, for whatever reason, that I have not, as of yet, I haven't got there yet. So my bucket list, amazingly, I hear amazing things about it, and I definitely intend to touch down.
Facts. That's what's
beautiful, up. What I hear.
Yes,
New York, Jersey City, Double S in the house. Peace and love, fam.
Yeah. All right, Double S. Shout out to Jersey City. Is that what's that stop on the train?
Grove Street or Journal Square?
Journal Square.
Or Exchange Place.
That's right. We used to go to the Newport Mall all the time. That was our stomping grounds when we was teenagers.
Newport Center Mall, Ashland.
Yes.
Ras Naeem, Infinite Treasures. Yes, I hail him from South Carolina. Born and raised Pittsburgh. Steel City in the place.
Salute to the eye.
Steel City is deep.
Steel City up in this thing. Let me go put on my black and yellow. Hold on, I'll be right back.
What's up, people?
Black and yellow.
Peace. What's going on, my lord? Yes,
peace, my lord. Wagwan.
Bless up, brother John.
Where you tapping in from?
Oh, I'm supposed to talk.
All right. Okay.
Red.
What's good with you? Yes, what's good?
No. Buff. I'm from Buff.
Oh, Rough Buff
Okay,
in the
Rough Buff.
building.
Yeah, up
Okay,
north finest.
that's what I'm
I
talking
always
about.
love when y'all be tapping in. Yo, Pablo, you the coolest. Yo, always.
That's what's up. C Netta
Salute.
from Michigan. Shout out to Michigan, man. Beautiful, beautiful city. We've been to
Shout out.
Detroit, and they showed us nothing but genuine love out there, man. Beautiful city, y'all.
Absolutely.
Yes, yes.
Red and blue.
Come on.
Red and blue.
Come
When we make it,
through.
Yes,
when we
sir.
make it to Pittsburgh, that brethren, that's Khufu. That's our host.
Okay.
Raz? Oh,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
lit.
yeah. That's brother Khufu. Salute.
Cool.
Peace,
Salute,
peace, peace,
Khufu.
peace.
Yes,
Peace and
God.
love, Lord. Peace and love.
Peace,
Yes,
peace,
Hey.
in Pittsburgh. Man, doing
Ambassador.
mighty
Represent.
works in that region.
We got
Nah,
him.
that's-
Yeah,
that's-
yeah. So that's our host there, the host with the most.
The host with the
And
most.
Pittsburgh has to happen.
You know?
Yeah, let's line that up like ASAP.
Yes, sir. No doubt.
For sure. You know?
Sure.
That's what we was gonna do the 40 parallel out there, correct?
That's a fact.
Yeah,
A couple
yeah,
of spots. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it should be dope.
Okay, I look forward to that. Indeed.
And there's his brother, spatial creativity, John, in the
Yeah,
house.
John in the house.
John
Yeah,
in the-
just see his name pop up.
Yes, sir. I'm blessed. I'm here.
There you go. There
Yes
we
to the
go.
eye.
Up,
Yes,
star.
sir. Bless up, brother John.
Yes, sir.
Got mine.
Indeed. Shout
Good
out
to
to
have-
Carol in the building, formerly from Philly. Now Carol is in Stafford, VA. Salute to VA. Yes, VA is a beautiful. I mean, I can't even get into how beautiful Virginia is, but the energy in Virginia is dynamic. Ras Ben helped me look at Virginia in a completely different light after reading the book. Free Your Mounds and Your Mind Will Follow. That whole Chesapeake Skeeter, you know what I mean? It got me real. I want to go through Virginia like Indiana Jones because I think a lot of stuff is buried out there. You know, we got the DMV in the building. We got the ATL in the.
We got built-in hosts and hostesses down there too within that Turner family, brethren.
Right,
They would be, I'm sure, highly honored. If we roll through, they was on the last session too, because they hit me up afterwards. So they keep tab with the works. I'm sure if we put that in motion, they line it. Yeah, you got to touch some of the mounds.
Yeah, we need to make that happen.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. That's a go. We got Bed-Stuy in the building. Hold on, we got the Big Island, Hawaii in the building. I was listening to some old videos, man, and the fact that I'm not playing my sound effects, it's almost a crime. I think the YouTube God struck us down because we didn't do the sound effects, Blue. Spiritually speaking, I think that's what happened. Cause I've been lacking. Got the machine right here. To this day, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm treating the information not the right way, Blue. I'm not covering it. It's almost like y'all just been hearing acapellas for months now, no beats. You know, I'm gonna repent for that in 2024. I promise y'all. You know, we're gonna make it up. Yes.
I always compare y'all to something. I hate to be offline, but I compare you like Blue. You like Blue. You like the gray Cali, and then Red. You like that fish scale, bro. I compare y'all to it all the time. I hate it. Don't be mad at me, but I do. Y'all get it.
I get it. That's that buffalo talk. You know what I'm talking about?
Buffalo talk.
I appreciate you. I do.
I make edibles out here. I be trying to,
okay.
stay on
Let's
the
talk
right
about
path.
it. That's right. That's right. Because one of the things that 2023 opened my eyes up to is the fact that we have been hoodwinked and bamboozled to be ashamed of the fact that we used to cultivate crops, and crops are something as natural as eating vegetables to us. So going to New York and seeing what New York has turned into with the legalization of trees or marijuana, and then going to places like Detroit, seeing what they're doing out there. I went to Vegas and saw what they're doing out there. I'm just here to let you know. And I was on the phone with Wesley Muhammad, so we could talk about the whole thing with the weed conspiracy. However, 2024, especially with Biden pardoning everybody just for smoking weed, he was like, even if you didn't get caught, we you know, we're pardoning you. That means that the rollout is going to come on a federal level moving into 2024. We might see a 50 statewide legalization of the trees. Yeah, you know. So what you're doing with your edibles, and you know, you're incorporating it into food and things of that nature, I would highly encourage you to continue to do that and perfect your craft so you could easily step into that space. You dig?
Vegan too. I cook
Yes.
anything though. I want to feed the people. I'm about it.
That's
And I
right.
got that drip too. Unique Equity, North Carolina, Charlotte. He said
Oh,
he met Blue, my boy.
beautiful. Okay. So we'll talk later about this trip that we're all gonna do, because we got we got the good brother in the building, and he is one of the premier you know, architects of the crystal currency and whatnot. So we'll link that up. Let me continue to do these roll calls because I see St. Croix is in the building, the Virgin Islands. You know what I'm talking about? Yes. Shout out to the Virgin Islands. Shout out to Bed-Stuy. Shout out to Charlotte, North Carolina. Shout out to Raleigh. Okay, we see you. So we got the family in the building. We got that powerful number right there, 44. So it is a perfect time for us to begin the program for the night and whatnot. First and foremost, I want to say thank you for everybody for pulling up and taking what it is that we have to deliver very serious, because this is no laughing matter. I'm under the impression that, you know, he who is prepared for the future is qualified for it. So one of the great things that Ras Ben did for us in 2023 is he pulled up and he laid out the blueprint for what the future awaits, or what 2023 had to offer us. And tonight we're going to do a little bit of reviewing on his prophecies and his predictions. And then we're also going to take it further by peering into the future. We're all going to put on these rose-colored glasses, and we're going to become soothsayers tonight as we peer into the future by way of the formulas that our good brother Ras Ben will be bringing to us. You know, and I want to spook anybody out, because what this brother does expertly is that he's able to read the stars. Okay.
Right.
He's able to chart, you know what I mean? So this is a skill set that I'm sure that he'll be willing to teach the studious ones amongst us moving forward, so we could also have this in our repertoire. You know what I mean? Blue Pill, me and Blue and Ras Ben last year for the Quantum Quickening, or the precursor to the Quantum Quickening, we had some classic episodes. But Blue Pill came along and he did a 7-hour lecture entitled The Quantum Quickening in January of 2023. Real brief. If you can, Brother Blue, can you just give the family a brief, you know, walkthrough as to what it is the Quantum Quickening is all about?
Again, just being very observant of what the brother Ras Ben was sharing in December of 2022. He said that 2023 we were to look out for quantum, right? Things had to go quantum because we were dealing with the 40-year cycles of 1943, 1983, and now in 2023, we could expect, you know, that quantum occurrence or quantum things taking place that speak to the travel between time and space, right? Because 1943 we see the Philadelphia experiment, 1983. We see the Montauk Project, and then 2023. You know, we need to be very mindful of things taking place in the quantum space. And it's like right after he said it, it just never stopped. So by the time I was maybe in the second week of January, even prior to that, because I think that we did the lecture around that time, it was just so many things occurring and taking place that were lining up, you know. And I was like, let me put this in perspective just to amplify the message, to get people prepared for what was apparent to be a quantum quickening. Things were just moving at a very rapid pace. And it was very much fueled by AI as well. AI was accelerating things, you know, and just the whole fabric of time and space, things were just speeding up. So we wanted to put a lens on it and put it in perspective.
Definitely. And that you did, you know, that you did. So you know, briefly, you know, how would you sum up 2023 in a few words? Like, can you give us a summary of what this monumental year has been? And I don't want to, you know, I don't want to minimize your experience throughout the year. I'm sure that you'll pick up when you do your part, you know, and speak on what this year means to you. But just a little, you know what I mean? What are a few words that could describe 2023?
Quantum, you know.
Right.
That's you
Elaborate.
know, that's it was a multiverse. It was a multiplicity of things that were moving, you know, at a quantum pace, but not only at a quantum pace, you have to be mindful of the quantum entanglement, the relationship between all things. So everything was signaling something else. You have to find the thread lies that connects
Right.
all things, so you don't deal with compartmentalization, which will have you what people call distracted or spread all over the place. But when you center yourself and you see this thing for what it is, right, then everything fits into that particular modality, you know. So I wasn't thrown off by what I experienced or what I saw this year because I was prepared for it. And bearing witness to it, you feel me, is just that's the process. You just bear witness to it. You can either interpret, reinterpret what you're bearing witness to, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's the ability that you have as a witness, as a co-creator, is that now you can formulate the things that you have witnessed into art. You know what I mean? Or you can translate it, you could communicate it, which is another form of art. You know what I mean? And
Yes.
some people so daring to think that they can even, you know, manipulate it, interfere with it, you know, whatever comes with that. But, you know, and there's a realization again that I got that I'm gonna go into when I do my part of my lecture, and that's the conjoining, the twin pillar aspect. I look at everything in pairs as well.
Yes.
So 2023 is one leg and 2024 is the other leg. You know what I'm saying? So they have a synergistic relationship, and
Yes.
that synergistic relationship I can best describe as Jordan Kobe. Jordan Kobe. Jordan Kobe. We know what that dynamic means, right?
Right.
Jordan is considered the greatest of all time. You know, he came and you know, undoubtedly made his mark. But
That
then
he
there was
did.
some who was watching and who was mimicking, not for the sake of, you know, necessarily mimicry, but for the sake of mastery. And Kobe was able to formulate his own style, but he had to move in the shadow of the great one. You know what I'm saying? And there was a very identical play and style, but they were two separate people. That's 23 and 24. You understand?
I like
And
that.
the 24 year is the Kobe year because he was number 8 and he's number 24. So this is a 24 year, but it's an 8 year when you add 20, 24. It's the 44 year when you add 20 plus 24, which still equals 8. This is all about Mamba mentality. You feel me? So that's the energy and the concentration. The preparation was 23. The activation is 24. You have to employ a Mamba mentality, you know what I'm saying, and be willing to go to war with the weak parts of yourself that need to be, you know, how Kobe would do, you know, transmuted.
Right.
Right. Because he had a unprecedented work ethic. This year we were shadowed by individuals whose work ethic is so legendary to 27 years from his transition, and right, we're still talking about Tupac.
Yeah, Tupac.
And that was because of his work ethic, right? He had an unreal work ethic. They say, you know, they said he never slept.
They said that he worked so hard, it was as if he knew that his time was limited, that he was working feverishly to, you know, and people didn't see that they didn't realize there could be a deadline. But the way that he was putting it in, they were like, damn, bro, you acting like, you know what I'm saying? Like a clock is ticking. And, you know, depending on who you speak to or interview, many people will say that he did tell them that there was a clock ticking. So yeah.
Yes,
definitely.
So, you know, that's how I would summarize it.
No doubt, no doubt. Appreciate that, man. So yes, indeed. There you have it, family. So without any further ado, I think that this is the opportune time to begin our lecture for tonight. I've sent out as many links as I can. That last link, Blue, I sent you a reply. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so with that being said, we are going to begin in about 5 minutes. I'm going to have our good brother Blue Pill open up. Yes. And I will follow, you know, and then we will have Ras Ben close us out, you know, and take us home and whatnot. And like I said before, we are going to try to not have y'all in here all night, you know.
Let's get started.
But we can't make no promises.
We cannot make no promises at all. You feel me? That's our intention. Right. We can't make you any promises. So with that being said, without any further ado, I want to open up the floor for my good brother, Blue Pillar, to come through and do what he do best.
Yes. Let's get it.
Yes, sir.
All right. Hey, baby, I'm going to need that water. Okay. This is a continuation. We're going to pick up where we left off, but we're going to retro. We're going to go back to, you know, where we were at in our last presentation. This is my portion of the demonstration, 2024, the 40 forecast. All right. So, video. All right. So where we were at in our last lecture, right? We explained that the unprecedented amounts of coronal mass ejections that we were experiencing, specifically, you know, over the last 2 or 3 weeks, these were creating a situation and an experience where there was an unprecedented amount of light bombarding this planet. In the way that we translate light as information. So we are in the midst of an energy, right, that has given us access to an unprecedented amount of information, a whole bunch of downloads, and the ability to really focus in and see this information for what it is. So when we say 44 year, right, 20 plus 24 equals 44, and this is the 44 forecast, right, we made an observation that we're going into 2024 which is not only a 44 year, but that's 20 years from 2044. And during the period of 2024 to 2044, we will be joined by what's called Pluto in Aquarius, right? And Aquarius itself is also a word that equals the number 44, okay? And Aquarius stands for humanity. It also stands for technology. Pluto stands for transformation, right? Death, regeneration, and transformation. So we're going to see some very radical changes take place in the 20-year window that we are embarking on, specifically heading into next year, that will be amplified. The tone will be set around springtime when the total solar eclipse hits, right? And Aries comes in. So there's going to be a whole process and procedure of what we consider to be ritual leading up to that particular point in time. There's going to be a lot of blood spilled, unfortunately, right? But you know, not only what we're witnessing around the world is unprecedented, but the people at the hands that we're witnessing it, you know, are adherents to this particular level of information as well. So, but you know, again, not to cast a shade of doom and gloom, right? There's always the redemptive quality in the things that we're bearing witness to, even if it appears to be unfavorable. So 44 is a number that speaks directly about the lamb, right? It ties it directly to Aries. So 44 is a number for Aries. It's, you know, April 4th happens in Aries. Passover this year or next year will be taking place in, I believe, April 22nd, right? Leaving out of Aries, going into Taurus nonetheless, but this energy is going to be very prominent, okay? Everything that's what we consider to be at play right now and is active comes under the energy of the 44. So in Gematria, Israel equals 44, Zion equals 44, Netanyahu equals 44, Joe Biden equals 44, right? We see the 44th president reemerging, Barack Obama. And for those that are studious in the law of 44, we explain that Donald Trump also is the 44th president because he's the 44th man to occupy the seat of the United States president. Grover Cleveland occupied the seat 2 times as the 20th president, and I believe as the 22nd, right? Well, he skipped a term and he got reelected. So one man occupied 2 of those seats. So it's only 43 individuals prior to Trump that sat in the seat as president. So he's the 44th person to sit in the seat, while Barack Obama is the 44th quote unquote president, right? And JFK would have been the 44th termed president to sit in the seat. So, you know, the energy is, the 44 energy is very ambiguous with people that consider themselves, if you will, Jews that adhere to any knowledge of the Kabbalah. We also saw the evidence the other day of the hole in the sun, right? And the hole in the sun, it was an unprecedented sight for most to see. It's not a incident that doesn't have, you know, it does that at, you know, every now and then. So there's precedence for that. But nonetheless, you know, caught a lot of people's attention and it created an unprecedented amount of solar winds kicking off the sun, kind of like stoking people's fears of a possible blackout, at least getting people engaged in the conversation about what would you do if you was cut off from digital devices? Can you survive without them? Do you have a backup plan? Right? And this theme of an eye looking at us was something that kept recurring, you know, over and over again, especially during the week that we saw the hole in the sun. The volcano had popped off a few days later, and the volcano was closely resembling an eye as well. Okay. That first picture I showed, that was a picture of, how do they pronounce it, Sauron out of the Lord of the Rings. That eye that is forever watching, right? And there's a lot of things that are going on the planet right now that would make even God shed a tear. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of things that are considered to be a blight where people might be turning their eyes. You can't possibly look at this stuff in his face, right? And be cool with it. But you still have to come to peace with it because it is what it is, unfortunately. But it's a reckoning and a reasoning that a lot of people are not willing to make. Nonetheless, right? That particular eye of Sauron represents, looking within. And one of the euphemisms for the inner earth or the middle earth, you know what I'm saying, is the Middle East as well. So there's a lot of connections and cross correlations with these symbols. All right, let me see. We're going to play this video real quick. She's going to explain philosophically what that particular eye means.
Something about the symbol of the eye, which the first time I read Lord of the Rings, I was like, I don't really know what this eye is. Like, it just kind of appeared. It's much clearer if you watch the film what the eye is, but it is an eye that never looks inward. It is an eye that is always looking out. It's always grasping, seeking, moving outward. It's kind of interesting that the whole premise of Lord of the Rings is taking a part of the evil power back to itself. And when it is brought back to the heart of where it was made and unmade, it is completely destroyed. In many ways, a ring is like a representation of an eye. And by bringing the eye back in and turning it in on itself, evil is unmade. So I guess I would say to that the relationship between the eye and evil is that it can't look at itself. And if it does, then it is no more.
So think about these people who are connected symbolically, what we consider to be Saturn, right? The ones who have the Sabbath on a Saturday, who wear all black, who don't want nobody looking at them. You can't even speak their name. You can't even be philo-Semitic, which is you can't even say nothing good about them, right? They're that insecure. But look at the horror that they are openly willing to commit in the face of the world with all digital eyes looking at them. But you're not supposed to say anything about it, right? So it's almost like the ultimate of gaslighting. But nonetheless, I just wanted to show you what these solar flares look like and some of the names associated with these events, because we're going to have to know this language going into 2024 and beyond, because the sun is going to activate during the solar maximum in a way in which we can't ignore the solar sciences. So prominence, right? Solar prominence. That's going to be a term that we're going to have to pay attention to when these eruptions get to erupting. And I envision that as a response to all of these threats that are happening, with the sun going off and possibly downing social media, there's going to be some Generation Z geniuses to figure out alternative sources of energy just in case something like that happens. They got to keep playing their game. So, what they say is the mother of all invention. Yeah. So
necessity.
Necessity, yes. The necessity factor is going to cause the evolutionary process of the invention of alternative sources of energy to keep devices and keep certain things going. The more that they possibly pump fear into the public about an impending blackout, because, these screen ages, they can't do without their stuff, and they're just not willing to deal with that reality. So they're going to come up with the solution. Right? The sun has been doing some amazing things as of late, operating in ways in which suggest that it's definitely coming back online, right? It's going to be kicking out a whole different energy vector. And, that's radiation. That's the possibility of mutation. Mutations are not always bad. You feel me? Or what can be beneficial for some can be detrimental for others. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully, you like Lotto and you're going to be in it to win it. Again, you know, there's going to be more bombardment of light on these particular planes, and light and sound, right? We play video of the sound that actually comes from some of these aurora borealis, and light and sound represent information, you know, that represents information. So all of these are potential downloads. This is the unfiltered information that's coming through, you know, that they haven't censored yet. You feel me? Because they censoring information from the galactic plane. Like, you think that you got it bad and you just shadow banned. What you think they're doing to the sun right now with all that spraying? Yeah, they into shadow banning for real. So these are the spectrums. Like, this is what light looks like coming through, uninhibited, uninterrupted, with no interference. Like, again, just imagine what them downloads is like. You want plant medicine underneath this, getting the download. Here goes some of the sounds associated with it. You want plant medicine getting these. Come on now.
Oh my God! Look at that corona.
Massive solar storms will wreak havoc on the internet one day. We're woefully unprepared, right? They keep pumping this information in this news and the atmosphere. And it's been very intense in 2023. I've seen it advertised more this year than I've ever seen it. Ironically, we also earlier this month received a movie that kind of documents this. I feel like it's more than just Dan. This shit just came out on December 8th. Leave the World Behind. I feel like it's a month or something ago. Right? And this dealt with a dystopian future, right, where the country is plunged into war and communications are cut off, right? And again, for this just to come out on December 8th, we're gonna just run through a real roll call of what predictive programming looks like. Because how can something be embedded so deep into the psyche that we're seeing the reflection of these particular incidents shown in this movie happen at a rapid pace all down our timeline? And I'm going to show you and bring the receipts to see what has popped off, you know, thus far since then. White Lion, we know that was a reference to the alleged first ship that brought the quote unquote so-called captive off of the coast of Angola. There was Portuguese merchants that snatched them first, and then they were domineered by a British pirate ship called the White Lion, and they said they snatched about 20 to 30 Angolan prisoners of war, and they brought them to the shores of what's considered to be Jamestown, Virginia, near the Hamptons. So this is in the Hamptons in Long Island where they crashed this particular oil tanker at, right? And again, there's a lot of symbolism that's being conveyed just with this one incident, okay? We also know, like I said, to look this year for a repetition of the quote unquote the ships in Montauk. So what do? They give you a ship that crashes in Montauk, right? And when I saw the ship, I was like, oh, it's gonna be the USS Eldridge. And I seen the name and I was like, oh, that's where they're going with it. But nonetheless, Montauk is where this particular incident took place with Leave the World Behind. They called it Comfort Point, which is also a reference to the name that was the port that they came into when they came into Jamestown. But they were really speaking about, the house was supposed to be somewhere in the Hamptons. And that's where Montauk is at. Montauk is the northernest part of the Long Island. Okay, so this particular confluence, the way that they tied that together, that was kind of crazy. But we seen that things went quantum right after that, right? Let's look at all of the incidents that started popping off with the ships immediately. This particular month, right? Ships have taken the forefront in the news as of lately. And there's even more stories because they're shooting ships, right? They're shooting ships, they're blowing ships up. They just blew a ship up. The Russians just blew a ship up, or the Russians just got a ship blown up. They've been attacking US warships with the drones, right? Drones versus warship, how US military hardware is combating healthy attacks on maritime shipping. How a drone shutting down entire industries and causing billion-dollar headaches. You feel me? They even found a ghost ship, okay, in the deserts of Africa, I believe in Namibia, and this ship was called the Good Ship Jesus, just like the Nation of Islam says that there's an earlier date of which quote unquote African slaves arrived here, that being 1555 with John Hawkins. Well, John Hawkins was on the Good Ship Jesus. So they're re-injecting this narrative about race back into the conversation. We see a lot of incidents popped off thus far dealing with race, but even both quote unquote ships, mythologically, symbolically, or whatever, have been identified as being quote unquote, discovered, even if one has been discovered in the psyche of the people, because now they know how to associate the name with the story. Because CNN and all of them is running, decodes on this movie saying, oh, White Lion was a reference to the ship that brought the slaves in, right? So now they all want to talk about Project 1619 information, but then they want to ban it in the schools at the same time. So we see a lot of this stuff taking place. New DNA nanobots can replicate themselves using UV lights. Humans have large negative impact on wildlife. Go figure. Okay. So these are the people who, once again, utilizing religion and utilize religion as an excuse for slavery, and they utilize religion as an excuse to subjugate the indigenous people in all of the lands that they conquered or came into contact with them in, if they did not accept Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior, according to the doctrine of discovery. But these other civilizations had high science, and they had, sustainable ways to work with the nature. They had understanding of ecosystems. They had it all figured out. You know what I'm saying? Some little birdie gave them the cheat code because they didn't have to go to anybody or pray to anybody to get the answers. They already had them. And they destroyed them only to come back, however many hundreds of years later and say, we need to study these people because they had it all figured out all along. And it's like, damn, you don't really get to make those mistakes, right? But we see the echoes of that ideology of genocidal campaigns being practiced right now, right? So look at the Teslas. Just earlier today, senators demand Elon Musk recall Tesla following a scathing safety report. They just dropped an atom bomb on Tesla with an investigative report saying that they were malfunctioned and they knew them all along, and they was blaming the customers. Last week, Tesla recalled 2 million vehicles to fix its autopilot system using technology that may not work. The other day, Tesla recalls 120,000 vehicles as doors can unlatch during a crash. And then there's videos online of Teslas doing the same thing that they showed in that movie, going haywire on highways, okay? Slavery question takes the forefront in today's news. Nikki Haley, who's potentially the second runner-up. If something happens to Donald Trump for whatever reason, right, she's the one that's going to be in the slot. You have to listen to this person and what she's been saying, her ideology, how she bends and bows for the neocons. She's a super duper war hawk. Okay, got to pay attention to her. She's the ex quote unquote governor from South Carolina, right? She ain't nothing to play with in terms of what she's willing, the red or the meat that she's willing to throw to her base to galvanize them. So they had a town hall meeting, I think, yesterday, and they asked her once again a conversation about the Civil War, which was a main theme in this particular movie, and she omits slavery as a response or a reason for the Civil War and it caused an uproar, and everybody's on her neck. You know what I'm saying? And she recanted, or she whatever, right? Huntington Beach nixes Black History Month over ethnic celebrations and other ethnic celebrations. So there's been different counties around the country that have been discontinuing, the practice observance of quote unquote what they consider to be diverse, anything that comes under that particular designation, right? As they move away from affirmative action and anything that quote unquote benefits the shit that they had to do just because they had to do it to comply. Yeah, they don't want to do that stuff no more. But they even made the Huntington Beach Council recant, and they brought back the Black History Month. But all of this stuff has been popping off, right? And again, Project 1619, made by Nicole Hannah Jones, has been back in the news as well these past few weeks. All right. She's a conversational piece all of a sudden, once again, and she's pressing the line, speaking about how they're suppressing Black education all across the country all of a sudden. This concurrent theme of Civil War, immediately after that particular movie comes out, you get a trailer for Civil War, right? And it picks up where the movie left off. And again, this is all speaking about 2024 from a studio called A24, this movie coming from an ex-president, and it seems to cosmically fall in line with the timetables and the prediction of what next year is going to entail. So, this is not just us just speaking about movies and stuff. We also see the Marvel play that's at hand. They did a movie called Civil War, and right now in their particular company, they're almost in a civil war, right? Because Disney is doing disastrous as a business, as a company. They're failing. They did disastrous during the lockdown, and they've been trying to rebound ever since. And they were banking everything on King the Conqueror and John Majors, carrying the franchise into 25, 26, 27, and beyond. And because of, once again, lopsided race relations in this country that we have failed to come and deal with as a people, we're still suffering, blows like this, where a European woman unfortunately gets a scratch under her eye, and his brother, loses $1 billion. Feel me? Okay, Marvel kicks out Jonathan Majors after the conviction. Okay, and this whole theme about bunkers and everything in the movie, we see that playing out in the media with Mark Zuckerberg and other billionaires openly saying that they're in the bunker building business for themselves and their loved ones. They're taking no chances. This is what they're investing in, right? Also, I didn't put this post up, but I have the receipts of bunkers started by Joe Biden in his home in Delaware. And this started, I think, right before, this was in early October of this year that they got the approval from the town. So I got the screenshot of all of that information. So, these people they're building and making necessary moves and precautions, right? When we speak about predictive programming, I would want to remind you that this is not the first foray in Netflix history where they dealt with predictive programming. Bird Box was predictive programming. And also, all of the predictive programming was come out around the solstice. So that was predictive programming for COVID. Don't Look Up was predictive programming for the UFO dump. Okay. As we exit this 2023 year, this 7 year, we see heavy energy around this 7 energy, right? So we know the numerology also plays a very verifiable role in the frequency and the energy of these years. We're going to exit this year seeing, is it real at war on 7 fronts? Okay, has hit back on 6. You see a quote that came out today from Mike Flynn, who is one of the ex-generals from Trump's cabinet. He's also a religious zealot. He goes around the country doing tours, speaking to Christian conservatives, right? So it's very fuzzy. I think the evangelicals might be riding with the Zionists, but the Catholics aren't, at least the Pope isn't, you know what I'm saying? And I don't know where other denominations of Christianity kind of fall in the fray of this conflict, because everybody sees the bullshit, right? So they said there was a decision made to have a security stand down on the 7th of October for 7 hours, right? All of the receipts are now coming to the surface about this being somewhat of an inside job. The level of complicity that had to be undertaken in order for this to happen, okay? Pretty much like 9/11. Dre 3000, okay, coming with that energy, that blue Kachina energy, right? Fulfilling other prophecies that are being watched and observed during this particular time. They're looking for the signs, right? And that blue sun is something that we cannot discount. Specifically, tied into the frequency, the Hopi prophecy. The Hopi prophecy, the motif is the flute player with the dreads, tied into other motifs we see coming out of, the Dogon symbolism and things of that nature. But our brother came with a very important frequency, and he even was able to shatter some records in terms of his album being the longest running album to hold a Billboard spot. And he went #1 his first week. Okay. So here we find evidence again, the sun is activating, right? It's waking up. Next year, you can expect a lot from it in terms of its unpredictable activity. But consider it, our upsurge, our recharge, our boost. It's going to be medicine for the melanated. Sun solar maximum will arrive early, peak higher, last longer, say scientists. Okay. This has been in line with our 2019 pillar prophecy called the Corona Rising. I've been warning about this or speaking on this since 2020. Now they have news confirming it, right? It's all about our solar plexus and how we're dealing with that. That's going to determine our integration and how we're going to be able to benefit from the bombardment of this energy. Okay. These are some of the coronal mass ejections that are taking place, causing those beautiful auroras and all of this information and transformation coming to this planet right now. So we see that we're under the galactic rift. We just left Sagittarius, we're in Capricorn, but we're still being influenced by the energy coming from the galactic center, which is called Sagittarius A. It's where the black hole is centered at. And this particular midriff, right, or this particular gate that they call, is called the Golden Gate. And it deals with Ophiuchus, which is in between Scorpio and Sagittarius. And this Golden Gate, right, is where souls come through and souls and quote unquote leave, right? In science, they'll call it the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn as well. So I don't want to get into reading too much of this, but this is detailing what the Golden Gate is. Through understanding, through science, through mythology, right? The Golden Gate, okay? And that particular term and its concept is going to be very prevalent heading into 24, because the Golden Gate of the Temple Dome is going to take center stage next year specifically, okay? Because that plays into the altering of the biblical prophetic timelines, right? Both Messiahs have to pass through the Golden Gate. The Jewish one, Mashiach, has to pass through the Golden Gate, and so does quote unquote Jesus, according to the prophecies, right? So in order for them to open the Golden Gate, which is now currently sealed, they have to take the temple back, and they have to clear the cemetery that's in front of it, because that desecrates any priest. You can't walk through the cemetery and into the temple. Hence the fact that they have to consecrate the temple with the red heifer by Passover of next year, 2024. By that time, the red heifer will be of proper age, and they have possession of the red heifer to fulfill the quote unquote biblical prophecy of the red heifer in the temple. So all of that particular prophetic timeline is in play as we speak. Hence the fact that this war initially started because of an infraction that took place at the temple, right? That's why it was started by the Al-Aqsa Brigade, and they called it the Al-Aqsa Operation because of an infraction that took place when the settlers attempted to sacrifice a goat at the mosque, at the masjid, at the temple, and that was haram, and they considered that to be an infraction enough to set it off. So the Golden Gate, right, also has cross correlations to California. California is going to play a very prominent role next year as well. I believe it's going to be the focus of the politics. I think that Gavin Newsom is going to be the Democratic candidate that they're going to run for president if that thing even makes its way into November. Okay. But the Golden Gate in California is going to take a very prominent role, even in sports, as you've seen, or for those that are into sports, you know what I'm saying? As you bore witness to the Christmas game between the 49ers and the Ravens, they were saying that that's going to be the image of the Super Bowl, those two teams playing one another as a repeat for the 2013 Super Bowl that they played in New Orleans with Kaepernick's quarterback against Ray Lewis, right? That's the Super Bowl that the 49ers lost. And then 8 days later, Pope Benedict abdicates his throne, and then they bring in St. Francis or Pope Francis right after the 49ers, San Francisco 49ers, lose to the Moors or the Baltimore Ravens in New Orleans, where the Saints come marching in. So these are archetypical games that speak about the crusades between the Moors and the church, right? They were fought in Jerusalem, and we see a throwback or a rehash to that particular time, right? Echoes of that time reverberating right now, okay? And on what you call it, on Sunday's game, the Ravens beat them again, right? So Pope Francis, you know, his clock was already ticking. You know, it's gonna, you know, ooh, yeah. I don't know how long it's gonna be for the woke Pope. Ancient extragalactical star discovered at the heart of the Milky Way. So Sagittarius A, where this is at, where the black hole is at, it's also a extragalactic star that's emanating energy or forces coming from it. So there's a lot that is bombarding this particular plane of existence right now with different levels of radiation that we can't see with the visible eye. Earth hit by gamma ray bursts from a blob at the center of the Milky Way. It's a lot going on out there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Again, you know, a lot going on at the black hole at the center of the Milky Way. Pluto retrograde is over. It's time to embrace the shadow side. So we know that we have moved into the night of the dark soul, right? And the shadow side is something that is calling people to deal with, right? And that's what this long winter or this cold winter is definitely going to be about. It's going to be about the internal journey that one makes, coinciding with the trajectory that the sun takes when it has to go through the underworld during the winter months to reemerge, right, at spring, to be reborn. It's resurrection. So it is going through hell. It's going through the underworld. It's going through this dark days and this dark stage, right? If we look even how the winter months are set up, these are the months that are even associated with the underworld. You get Scorpio, but Sag is Jupiter, right? So that's God or Zeus in their particular pantheon. And you get Capricorn, that's the goat, that's Satan, right? Then you get Aquarius, which is the kingdom, or Uranus, which is heaven. And then you get Pisces, which is Hades and the underworld, right? But in that bracket and pocket of time that we call Cap, that's where all of that stuff is taking place. That particular transformation, and then the sun has to emerge, reborn, coming in spring. We have to take that same journey, right? And that's why this information is so key, because you know how to make these observations, break them up into quarters, and see how things are playing out in your life in terms of this energy. They said that the main discovery of 2023 was the tomb of Cerberus, which is the three-headed dog that Red was touching on when we did the When in Rome lecture in February of this year, When in Rome 3. He was speaking about the three-headed dog. This is also an inference and a reference into the three-headed monotheistic Abrahamic religions, right? And how they're all going to be activated into this particular, this dance that's taking place. Okay. And they also had a weather condition in Europe that was called the Cerberus, right? It was a heat wave. It was taking a lot of lives. You feel me? It was unprecedented, the heat wave that was sweeping through Europe this year called the Cerberus. Okay. And that's, they call that the hellhounds, right? But nonetheless, here we go. This is the total solar eclipse of 2017 and April 8th, 2024. This is the 7-year tribulation. Between 2017 to 2024, it's a 7-year period. During these 7-year periods, we have seen a particular cycle of tribulation, cleansing, right? And also the ability to take accountability for one's action. So when you go into this next phase that's coming next year, right? After the next X crosses and creates another 7-year window, you could be in a redemptive phase, right? Because it's almost like judgment, If you fail the weighing of the heart right there at that X, your next 7 years might be one that's very rough.
Come on. My heart is as light as a feather.
Then you good. We could see in 2017, right after the eclipse happened, the hurricane season immediately started, right? In that particular year, it was a cycle when it was all out of control. And a lot of them not only had biblical names, they hit biblical places and they hit in biblical proportions. Like Hurricane Harvey that hit in Houston initially, it dumped 1 trillion plus tons of water over the city in like 4 or 5 hours, they said, unprecedented. And then it was Maria, then it was Irma, right? And it was smacking. Feel me? And these joints caused a lot of damage. And right after Hurricane Harvey, a few days later, we get Harvey Weinstein. Okay. And it blew the lid off of this. It blew the covers off of this, and it has not stopped washing them up. Since then, it's been a 7-year cycle of rinse and repeat until they got to an intensified point towards the end of this year where we see that, a lot of people are getting sucked into the spin cycle, right? Because of this man right here, Epstein, whose flight log is coming out on January 1st, inshallah. Okay. So we see the evidence of this. 2017 Time magazine coined it the person of the year was the Me Too movement, right? That was the year where it all set off. That was directly connected to that particular total eclipse. Okay. Russell Simmons, my bad. right? His cycle started in 2017. He just now made a comment on it, right? Towards the end of the cycle. You feel me? And again, given the opportunity to be accountable for activities, he denies all allegations, right?
He raped me right up against the wall. Excuse my language.
And there was a string of these incidents, specifically this year, specifically amongst melanated men, given the opportunity to be accountable, right? And be alchemical with whatever they had to atone for. And all of them, you know, skated the opportunity to be accountable. They're like, nah, I ain't got nothing to do with me. You niggas is tripping. Or I'm innocent, I ain't do it. Or we gonna settle out of court, but this ain't me. You know, all of that activity. We've seen it time and time and time and time and time and time again, right? The brothers, this was the theme of last year going into this year during this period. It was Gemini energy. It was brothers going at it, right? Even with the Royals, they was going at it. The Migos was splitting up. Takeoff just transitioned. And the Migos mean, you know, all of that. It was just a lot of brother energy. And the Geminis were very prominent. Tyrese, Kanye, Takeoff, right? And then you have that this year, you know, a level of disgrace with brothers who are named brother, you know, from Brother Love to Brother Polite. You know, the moniker brother, you know, kind of stung this year in a way in which wasn't pretty much upstanding. If we take a look at these individuals engaged in this particular situation, this three-way affair, we see we got a Scorpio, we see we got a Virgo, and in between we got a Libra, right? So we were also able to identify that this particular mythology that we're looking at is one that's identical to the story that's told about Hades and Persephone's, of which in this particular case, the mythological pairing of these figures and mythos, Hades is Scorpio, and the Persephone's a Virgo. Okay? You either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain, right? We've seen this person caricature himself from the villain to the hero, only to go back from the hero to the villain. Okay? So this is the mythos of Scorpio that brings the virgin down into the underworld, right? To deprive winter of life until spring comes, when
Lou, you dropped off.
Yo. Let's give him a minute to come back. Probably a little bit of technical difficulty. Take this moment, y'all, for an air break. You know, get you some air, get you some water, you know, and the brother will return very soon. Okay. And like we were saying earlier, if there's any questions that anybody has, write them down and we'll open up the lines for the Q&As. We'll have a segment for that. Everybody will have the opportunity to ask their questions and things of that nature and whatnot. You dig? Brother Ross.
Yo.
Yes, Star. Anything that you want to share while we wait for the brethren to return?
Well, I'm very thankful for the pillars' insight into the year, you know?
Wait, hold on a minute. I can't help but to notice that you got on some fire drip, my brother.
Oh, come on now. KTL alum. I had to bust it out tonight, right? Yeah. This is my I was awarded my KTL University alumni.
That's right. That's right.
Drip, right?
The big drip. You know what I'm talking about? And as KTL alumni, you've been with us and you've been holding it down and you've been doing your thing. You know, a lot more gifts and a lot more presence and a lot more drip is definitely coming your way. But that looks great on you, brother.
Thank you, Star. I'm shining. I feel
Yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah,
You
yeah,
know?
yeah.
Yeah. It's proper.
Indeed.
But you know, it's like we'll share the vision in the year, but then I might be in my rabbit hole all year. I'm not paying attention to how that thing's unfolding. But
Right.
it's like y'all keep me on top of it, like how Blue was saying, how so much science and technology, innovations and news was coming out, all
Man, it
related
was a
to
lot.
quickening, and how I would open up my phone, once a strong at least, and bam, he's dropping something on me, and then to just see how come full circle end of the year, you know.
Right.
Thankful we were able to build this. Also, the solar maximum.
Solar
That's important.
maximum.
That's important.
Very
And,
important.
for the brethren to have the footage, had a light and the sound of it, so we can experience this thing and know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Very relevant.
For sure,
Thank
for
you.
sure. Yes, sir. Yes,
Forward
sir.
yet?
Blue Pill, are you in here? Are you in the building? Are you in the building? All right. Give me 1 minute. I'm gonna contact the brother.
No worries.
All right. Give me 1 minute. Matter of fact, let me see some. While we go and wait for him. Nah, yeah. Let me just go ahead and reach out to brother. Give me 1 minute, y'all.
Yes. Give me the full screen. I'll hold it. Block
Okay.
the sound for a minute.
I believe
All
you
right.
on the screen right now fully.
All right. Give thanks. So yeah, I do just wanna, while we're waiting on the pillar to work through its technical difficulty, I wanna thank everyone for coming and being a part of our sharing tonight. We had done this a couple of strongs ago, right? And it was at the beginning of that Mercury retro cycle. We was having tech glitches just like this right now, all throughout the evening, but it culminated in us not being able to record the evening, you know? It we didn't document that evening, and what should I tell you, the gems and jewels that night was just like
Yeah, they was
purified.
flying.
Peace, family.
Blue is
So
back.
Blue is forward. All right.
Yes.
So
Do you know where I
I'm
left off at? So I can get back to it.
yeah, I'm gonna pass the baton so we can keep it moving. But just to seal it, once again I wanted to say, like, hey, we had to do it again so we could document it, and we switched it up. It's not gonna be the same as we did that first night, but
Yes.
as Blue has already shown you, we still going deep and going hard. Pause.
Yeah.
But
Look, wipe your beard. You got a little.
Wearing my dinner.
There you go.
I'm good.
So, Blue, you left off about, I would say 3 minutes ago. Were you talking to yourself, brother?
Absolutely. Yeah, so you got to tell me, you got to give me some idea because I'm in there going in.
Pull your slides forward.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
1 second. Share the screen again.
Yes.
I'm gonna wrap it up so we can get, get well.
Indeed.
You was talking about Persephone traveling through the underworld.
Yes.
Persephone traveling. Yes.
All right, cool. I wasn't that far off then. Yeah. Persephone. All right, boom. There we go. So, yeah, this whole aspect of what this symbolism means in mythology, they're speaking about the virgin who gets snatched into the underworld and her absence creates winter, right? Because the vegetation and lactation and things of that nature are not present She gets saved by her mother, which is Aries, to come back in spring to replenish the planet. Hence, the resurrection or the rebirth ceremony that happens around that time. Ishtar or Easter, you know what I'm saying? And I'm just saying all that to say we can see the symbolism playing itself out, with Cassie coming and saying, yes, he had me in the underworld. You feel me? Captive, prisoner, and she has been released from it. And it has brought new light to the world in terms of giving people light, encouragement, solar plexus energy to now pursue their assailants and get justice and bring more light to the world. Right? This time last year, we were transfixing these particular individuals' incident. Okay. And again, lending credence to the fact that, if you make these observations, you're not buying into the distraction or being led astray. Like, these individuals represent symbols, right? They're cosmic dust as well. They got ashe, they got energy, they got power. You know what I'm saying? And they're also playing out a mythos. So Tory Lanez is the sun. He's Daystar. He's a Leo named Daystar. Shemuel Shus Peterson, right? And Meg Thee Stallion is an Aquarius, and that name would be befitting for the Aquarius archetype because it's androgynous. You know what I'm saying? And he shot her in the foot, representing Pisces, this churning of an age or era or epoch. Okay. And when he was incarcerated this time last year, we saw unprecedented weather conditions. There was a solar front on the West Coast. They started getting rain. It rained for like 3 months to replenish the reservoirs. You feel me? So, everybody got a role to play. You know what I'm saying? Every star has weight to it. So we just never really know who's the ones that's going to create the shift. We were speaking of the Dead Sea Scroll. This was a scroll that was found in 1945, right? As part of prophecy that was left by the quote unquote Essenes about a war that was to come. You know what I'm saying? Or a series of wars. Okay, so they got a war scroll, and this war scroll says the destruction will come by means of 40 years, by a 40 years war waged by the sons of light, aided by the celestial hosts, against the sons of darkness. In 3 campaigns, they would win. In 3, they would lose. At last, at the 7th encounter, God would triumph over Belial. This would be the day of vengeance. Thereafter, all things would be renewed. The era of divine favor, in contrast to the era of wrath, would be ushered in. God's light would be shined sevenfold strong. He would reaffirm the covenant with the faithful and engrave his law on their hearts. And then they have a passage about Michael. This is the day which God hath appointed for abasing and humbling the prince of the dominion of wickedness. But he will send eternal salvation to those who have a share in his redemption through the power of Michael, the mighty ministering angel. And he will send also an eternal light to illuminate with joy the children of Israel. They that have cast their lot with God shall enjoy peace and blessing. As the rule of Michael will then be exalted amongst the angels, so shall the dominion of Israel be exalted over all flesh. Righteousness shall flourish in heaven and upon all upon earth that espouse God's truth shall rejoice in the knowledge of eternal things. Wherefore, sons of the covenant, be of good courage in the trial which God visited upon you until he gives the sign that he have completed his test. Right? We see here the name of Amalek in the spiritual warfare. This name was evoked by Netanyahu so they can utilize, once again, biblical prophecy to support what they're doing in Palestine. They said that they're going to treat them like the Amalekites. And these were a group of people in the Bible who were pretty much earmarked for genocide because of their infractions amongst the Jews when they were traveling from the promised land to Canaan. Okay. So the Amalek in the spiritual warfare component is very deep because that goes into this whole mental concept that these people are saying that they're the chosen one. And that's almost echoing what Hitler was saying about his people. You know what I'm saying? Like if you hijack a bloodline and you position yourself to cosplay those people, then you're in a very dangerous position to also, you know, you're like inheriting, you know what I'm saying? You're inheriting their prophecy. So we now see the manipulation of this particular prophecy playing out. We also see the pushback, right? Even coming from the church, even coming from the Vatican, they're saying that this is a repeat of, you know, how they were snaked by the church with Pontius Pius, not Pontius Pius, by Pope Pius, who told Hitler that he would support his campaign as long as he turned the conquered countries into Catholicism. So they're saying that, you know, the Pope is showing aid to Hamas in Palestine by not denouncing them, but he's mainly denouncing Israel and their activity, right? Going as far to call them terrorists, okay? Going as far to call them terrorists, going as far to speak against, you know, the weapon industry and the industries of war and things of that nature, you know? So at least this is the position that they're taking in public, right? The celebration for quote unquote Jesus was canceled this year in Bethlehem, right? And the Israeli forces went ahead and dropped bombs on them people on the same day, right? And to even further snub them, they have a artificial military killing campaign called the Gospel AI, right? So we can also expect in 24 that as military campaigns mutate, they're going to become more so controlled by artificial intelligence, right? More by autonomous systems. You know what I'm saying? We're going to see a lot more of that level of engagement. You know, the increased capacities of drones and things of that nature, an increase in surveillance states. Okay. Israel assisted by gospel AI and targeting and killing Palestinians. I'm gonna spare you the details, right? But ain't nothing cute, ain't nothing nice. And we're moving at that place where they're taking, for lack of a better term, the humanity out of warfare, if that's ever such a thing. But hey, listen to this.
We know this will take trillions, not billions of dollars. We also know that countries, many of whom are burdened by growing levels of debt, simply cannot afford to go green. Here we need a vast military-style campaign to marshal the strength of the global private sector.
We need a vast military-style campaign to marshal. Let me replay it so that you know I'm not making this up, okay? Let me just replay it. Listen to the last part of this. A vast military-style campaign to do what?
Here we need a vast military-style campaign to marshal the strength of the global private sector. With trillions at his disposal.
Who's his? Look what he goes on to say.
Far beyond global GDP, and with the greatest respect, beyond even the governments of the world's leaders, it offers the only real prospect of achieving fundamental economic transition.
Beyond what? Can I just say the last part of this? Beyond what? Look what he says.
It offers the only real prospect, beyond even the governments of the world's leaders. It offers the only real...
Beyond the governments of the world's leaders.
Yeah. So his disposal.
And we know in esoteric circles that King Charles represents. Red knows the exact name. I don't want to screw it up. Is it Palander? But he's the Red Dragon, and I'm sure that Red can explain that.
Pindar.
Yes, Pindar. Mm-hmm. Yes. So we've always had the spotlight on him as being the front person for this particular agenda especially at the World Economic Forum level. Him being born on our born day, November 14th, we know exactly what role that he's been positioned to play. So, we see how they're moving this thing and where they're transitioning it to. And some people choose to be blind to what they're seeing, but others choose to stare it in the face and say, I know exactly what I'm looking at or what they're saying. I'm not in denial, right? There's a plethora of new species that are emerging. There's a plethora of new locations and land masses that are being found and discovered, right? There's a plethora.
That's some quantum quickening right there. And that was something that I had observed in my coming out my turtle shell, like all these new animals popping up.
Yeah, it was like
on the regular this year.
On the regular, like every other day, if not every day, I was seeing articles. They said that they found 100 plus, but I think it was way more than that. And as things die and transition by the wayside, there's always going to be life to replenish it. I don't think that cycle will ever be interrupted. It just may be things that we're not accustomed to seeing. There's a lot of newness on the way. Japan just experimented with a nuclear fusion reactor that generates about the same amount of plasma energy as the sun. They just activated that. They just dumped all of the Fukushima water into the ocean. There's a lot going on planetary wise that we need to look out for. A lot of die-offs, right? 10 billion snow crabs starved to death off the Alaska. Laser technology, right? Direct energy weaponry, a lot of that emerging. Just the whole military thing. You know what I'm saying? Again, I find it very ironic that there's so many oil tankers and ships and what have you being commandeered and pirated all of a sudden. It just happened out of nowhere, and it doesn't seem to be able to stop without a military response of some sort. But hey, whatever. 2023 will end in 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and it will definitely leave us right where we started at the 44s, right? So it's going to be a 44-year bar none, full of light, full of revelations, full of, amazing opportunity to take things to the heights. Feel me? Beetlejuice 2 will be coming out. It's going to also have a very stark underworld theme to it, very Plutonian energy, right? And real quick, I just want to show, again,
Saturday,
about this aspect of
December
denial.
9th, 2023, on his
9th.
Gregorian calendar.
You can go outside right now and see that the sun is full, right? So the moon is full, and it's at the end of the month. It wasn't supposed to be full outside on December the 9th in Philadelphia, in Mystic Philly. And this brother caught this amazing image of this orb that is out here cosplaying as the moon. I just want y'all to get a real quick look at what's going on in these skies.
Saturday, December 9th, Saturday, December 9th, 2023, on his Gregorian calendar. This is not the moon. This is not the sun. Look at all the colors. This is not the moon in which we know it is. I just recorded a video the other day showing you the moon was rising right before the sun. It was the moon. I don't know if that was a star or planet, whichever it was, another celestial object, and then the sun was rising. This is not, and it wasn't even a full moon. This is not the moon. This is an object that is orbiting with the sun. I don't know what this is. I'm not here to claim to tell you what it is. I do not know. You can see the pulsating. My hand is not moving. That's that celestial object right there that is moving. My hand is not moving. I'm gonna move up a little bit now. Now my hand is moving. I am not moving. I am not moving. I am not moving, people. A little shake there, here and there, but that's not me. This celestial object, let me put it back in the center of my screen. Here you go again.
It's like a 9-minute video, you know, and there's a lot of other stuff that pops off in it. But saying all that to just say, you know, there's a lot that's going on in these skies. There's a lot that's going on, you know, on the outside, on the inside. You know, there's no separation. Everything is connected. Everything goes hand in hand. So here goes some more evidence of whole new islands and continents that they're discovering all of a sudden. All of their satellites in the sky, they picking up on new land, huh? That they did overlooked it or something. Anyway, and Haley's Comet is coming back, so expect a lot of BIG energy. Biggie Smalls transition on March 9th, 1997. It was during a solar eclipse full moon, and the Haley Bop Comet was passing over LA when he made transition. His name is Christopher, mind you, right? Christopher made transition on a solar eclipse with a comet passing. All three of those motifs have crystals connections to them. Okay, we consider him, we call him, he is the black hole at the center of the galaxy. Expect a lot of revelations coming forward next year, specifically pertaining to his loss of life. I think that they're going to find, you know, details pertaining to who had a hand in killing him. And because his mama needs to get some justice before she checks up out of here. It's very important. I think we're going to be seeing that next year, definitely. We're also going to get inundated with imagery that we have been lacking for a minute. The reason that people cannot put themselves in the space and place to say, what does this have to do with me? I mean, technically, this time last year, everybody was a Black Hebrew, but today nobody knows what this got to do with me. So in a month or two, people are going to be pretty much activated by this Book of Clarence movie, you know, to see themselves as saying, damn, you know, what if that's me? What if them people was my people? What would it look like? What would it feel? You know, what are my roles and responsibilities? Can I actually beat and defeat a Roman if I had to? What does that take? Right? Because you're going to have to be very military minded going into next year, because it's all going to be all about military campaigns, you know, and we'll have an opportunity once again to see ourselves in personage of people like a Denzel Washington playing Hannibal, the greatest military strategist and commander, right, ever, according to the people that they study. So 44 is a number that means military. It's a number that is totally locked into all things military, right? All things. You see it in 4 different ciphers in gematria. It's consecrated and locked in. That's what the word, you know, internally means, is connection to Aries, to Mars, to blood. It literally means the word blood, Damu or dam. It's 44. Okay. So, as we said, you know, 23 and 24 are going to be somewhat mimicked or mirrored years in terms of one leg supporting the other. 23 prepares you for what 24 has to bring. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be the crossover of a lifetime, but you're capable of doing it because you're going to have all of the insight in the lens, the proper preparing that's necessary so you can move, right, fluidly through these particular extremes of which we are looking at coming up. Okay. And again, here's our, you know, the Kobe year. He's a 44 resonator bar none. Shout out, it's 1044. You know, he wore the 44 jersey on Moesha, but again, he wears the 24 and the number 8. Mamba mentality is what it's going to be about. All right. And with that, that's the conclusion of my presentation.
Yes, I salute.
Yes. Clap it up for the Mondim.
Yes, I give thanks.
Yes, indeed.
Opening the portals.
Represent.
Yes. Again, give thanks. Thank you for the opportunity to share this insight, which it resonates. And if it stirs something up in you, it's never to startle you, right? It's to move you to action so you can be prepared, right? And sometimes preparation is not the most comfortablest of things, but it's necessary and it's needed, right? I look forward to it. It's what we signed up for, right?
Yes.
Tie the boots up, tighten the belt, and let's get ready to go up that mountain. All right, peace.
Peace. I want to be sensitive to the time. Ras Ben, do you have some time with us? Do you want me to go next, or do
What's
you
the
want to
time?
go?
What's the time?
We at
I got
10:45
all
right now.
night. Huh?
There we go. We at 10:45.
10:45.
My presentation may take about 45 to 50. You
All
know.
right. Let's roll with it, Star.
Okay, beautiful.
Let's get it.
I'm gonna.
All right.
My presentation is 2-part, but I'm gonna
Yes.
start with the forecast.
Okay,
Start
beautiful.
with the 24 visions, and then those that want to hang, we're gonna talk about the history, mystery, and prophecy of eclipses. Since we got this one coming
Up. Yeah,
April
that's
of next
important.
year,
Right.
you know.
Beautiful. So how I set mines up is I'm doing a review on the demonstration that you brought forward for your 2023 forecast on top of a few other things.
Come with it, Star.
Yeah. So that's what I'm here to do. You know what I'm talking about? I'm here to remind the family that, you know, conversations were had approximately a year ago as to what this year that we all witnessed, you know what I mean? We all went through this year, and we can all testify and attest to what took place. So there's no better way to, you know, circle the wagon than to go back in time. So we're all going to get in the DeLorean, and we're going to go back in time, and we're going to tap back into January 2023 when we had our good brother Ras Ben as a guest on KTL. All right. So let's go forward and let's see what was talked about on MLK's B-Day. And he's entitling his demonstration The Quantum Quickening. You dig? The Quantum Quickening. As we know, we be having issues and whatnot with them platforms where they try to censor the truth, you know what I mean, from the 44 guards and whatnot. They try to block the information. So the best way to do this thing is to take it off of these platforms and shit. You feel me? And bring it into a place where it's more respected, like Zoom and whatnot.
To this day. To this day.
I know y'all wasn't ready for that. Yeah. Blue Pill has been on fire since Christmas Eve. Shit, I think he been on fire longer than that.
That's
But,
that shit
you know,
right there.
yeah, he been hitting 3-pointers.
That's that shit. That's that shit.
Pablo slew them.
To this day.
Slew them.
To this day.
That's that shit right there.
Poe Pablo,
take that,
he said he was gonna, he delivered before the year ended.
Yeah,
He said that he was going to deliver something. He said he was going to feed the, you know what I mean? He was going to feed the ancestors. So, you know, I don't have to say what already is known, right? You know what I'm saying? You know, but shit. He slew them, you know what I mean? He did what he's supposed to do. You know what I'm saying? He put the word out there the same way that he said that he was going to slay Meta, or what they call FBZ, right? And them niggas got slayed. You know what I'm saying? We coming up on that anniversary. We will bring the receipts. You know, yesterday happened to be a very monumental day in KTL history. Yesterday marked. Thank you. On MLK's beat.
The priesthood and the brotherhood. It's a silent one. You know, we all don't mean in the large and what have you, but we're always gleaming pieces of information from one another and utilizing it, you know, to become the best versions of ourselves, you know, to help those that are willing to help themselves as well.
Super facts.
Yes, I give thanks.
Yes, my brother. So, if possible, can you give just a little overview, of what your 2023 breakdown for the year entails?
Yeah. Let me see if I can share my screen.
Yes. Red, can you help him with that?
Yeah.
Let me see. I might not. Let me see what it's saying.
I'm gonna make you. Does it give you options to
What y'all see now?
Still your screen.
You see my screen?
No, we see you in the screen, yes.
Oh, see
you?
me. All right.
Do you see where it says you in the back office?
Yeah. What about now?
Okay, here you go. Yes, sire. You're
All
good.
right. Give
Yes.
thanks.
Yes, there we go.
All right.
Yes.
Bam. All right. You saw 2023, like, I like to give a theme to every year, right? And when I reflected on 23, it's going to be a big pivot year. The trajectory we're all on, right? It's going to be a big shift in it, man. This year's, when we, from 2020, we know there's been a lot of change. Like every year has brought a lot of change. I think by the end of December this year, right? When we look retrospect on it, do a Sankofa on the year, we're going to say, damn, there was more change in 2023 than all years from 2020 on up combined, So much so that the name I gave it is a pivot in time,
Jack.
Where if we look at space-time as a fabric, imagine like, the way your bed is made up, everything is smooth except one part. And the way it's wrinkled and shit, it just that part of like how your blanket is just stands out from the rest of the fabric on your bed, right? That's how 2023 is. It's going to have a distinct look in the fabric of space-time. And there was really two things making this happen. One is natural, the smallest and most distant planet, Pluto. Some people still want to argue, is it a planet or not, right? But it's the homeopathic, the planet that kind of represents that principle of homeopathy, where the most subtle is the most profound, right? And is homeopathy a medicine? Is it really the substance that you're supposed to be taking? Nah, it's the energy, it's the essence of whatever it is. But when you take it, it has the most profound effect in the body, is what the whole principle of, what I'm called that thing. Well, I'll just say like needle taking, vaccinating, and forming the body with a little bit of the disease, That's Pluto. This planet is shifting into Aquarius after being in Capricorn ever since the beginning of the Obama administration around 2008. I think that would be, about 13, 14, no, about 15 years, right? And Pluto's going to move into Aquarius until 2044. Yeah. So, right, you got that magic 44 imprint. I would say at the end of 44, because, Aquarius is about the masses. It's about the people. And Pluto is our power. How do we express our personal power? You know? Hey, we might be blocking the sound. It was power to the people. The magic 44 pillars gave us the vision we needed to crack the code. And now, you know, we got our own dominion. It could go down like that. Or it could be that dystopian future that they've been projecting in our minds since the 80s through Hollywood, from the Terminator, the Matrix, what was that one? All the Schwarzenegger ones, you know? Something about Mars and shit.
Man, Total Recall.
All of that shit. You know
Yeah,
what
all
it
that.
is. All them dystopian
Yeah.
futures.
Bollywood, that's a bar. Love it.
Because the thing is, from the Fifth Dimension, that song, that group in the 60s, right? And they made that super melodic song since the dawning of the age of Aquarius, right?
Yes.
One's got in their mind that Aquarius is going to be this golden age and this beautiful time for we, you know? But the shadow of Aquarius is, just for lack of a better word, we're not getting super deep in it right now, would be dystopia. And that dystopian future Hollywood has been projecting. This is the Aquarian age.
Leave the
They
world
want to
behind.
manifest.
Leave the world behind.
So this from now to 2044 with Pluto moving to Aquarius, yeah, man, it's pivotal. Shit's gonna get critical. Things we took for granted related to Capricorn, the biggest of it being government. We're gonna have to come to terms with that, you know? Because hierarchical government, and when I say government in this context, I mean elected officials that we elect to represent us and we could hold accountable. All that might fade out. And we have to just deal direct with these corporations that could push a button and just fuck up our reality, you know? And, you know, these are some of the issues that'll really become relevant from now to 2044. But the other thing we got going on in 2023 is an unnatural, artificial manipulation of time that most people in their world, in their frame of mind, they experience it as something they call the Mandela effect, where they're not on their original natal timeline and they know it. Something's different when they was born and how they remember shit to now, right here in 2023. It's like, yo, some things have changed, right? They want to call it Sex and the City now. Many people remember that shit as Sex in the City, right? They want to call them the Bernstein Bears now.
And there was the Bernstein Bears.
Yeah. A lot of people remember that as Bernstein. And they wasn't manipulating the fabric of space-time to cause these things. They were manipulating the fabric of space-time to prevent certain prophecies from being fulfilled. If you ask me, the most significant one was the Isaiah's prophecy of peace with the lion and the lamb laying down together. And who was going to manifest that prophecy? His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie, is the lion on the world stage, and John F. Kennedy as the lamb on the world stage. And they were coming together to create true global disarmament, international morality, and collective security, the three pillars upon which the United Nations was established. And they sabotaged Selassie with a staged drought in Ethiopia and took out Kennedy. Them also manipulated prophetic timelines. If you go to Isaiah now in your Bible, right, it don't say the lion was going to lay down with the lamb. It says the wolf was going to lay down with the lamb. Whoever heard of that shit? You know, anyone that know prophecy knows the lion laying down with the lamb that was going to bring about world peace. You know,
right?
So, but the thing is, if you manipulate a timeline on one level, there's going to be some uncalculated other things happening, right? Like Berenstain is going to become Berenstain. Ed McMahon didn't work for Publishers Clearinghouse. What's that?
No,
That shit is bugged out, man. Come on. That was every Sunday night as a child. You can't tell me I didn't have those memories. Ed McMahon walking up, pushing the doorbell, and just making someone's day.
The envelope. He was like a walking bull market.
So, you know, when you study the current timeline we're on, but see, the thing is, too, why they got us tricked out with it, I don't call it Mandela effect. It's a misnomer.
Right.
And we know you can't, if you don't have the word sound power to give you the clear vision in your mind, what it is you're attempting to overstand and comprehend, you're going to be confused, right? And Nelson Mandela ain't got no time manipulating machine pushing buttons.
Right.
He was part of the effect.
He was part of the effect. Right.
It'd be like calling it the Bernstein Bear effect or the Darth Vader. Darth Vader didn't say, Luke, I am your father. He says some other, you watch the joint now, it's like, no, I am your father. You know?
Man.
Like, all these, you know, we could call it the Luke Skywalker effect. We could call it the, what's the boy?
Hold on. Oh, let me pause that. Damn. I just wanted to add on because you was going. I would say that in hindsight, that's hallucination. You know how the AI hallucinates right now. The biggest word this year is hallucination, right? The fact that the AI, like this picture behind me, is AI generated, right? It would mess the fingers up. In earlier versions of Midjourney, they had to fix the fingers because that was the hallucination. So in the Mandela effect or whatever's going on, the hallucination is what they're misnomering the Mandela effect. It's almost the same thing. It's it's part of that hallucination where things are not necessarily generating clear, like how this is not, it's a clear picture, but if you stare good enough, you'll see where the hallucination is taking place. The same way with them manipulating reality. If you look clear enough, or if you look deep enough, and you start really digging in, you'll be like, nah, this is generated. This is not a real reality. But please let us continue.
Intention by y'all. Ashe? Yes, I give intention by y'all. Ashe? Yes, I give thanks. So I mentioned the Philadelphia experiment. A lot of people are experiencing the Philadelphia experiment today as something they call the Mandela effect. All right? Where like they was on one timeline that they remembered, right? And then something changed. Who is not familiar with the so-called Mandela effect? Everybody's familiar with it, right?
The priesthood of the
intention by y'all. August 12th, 2023. They're going to flip the switch again. This might, they're going to flip that switch again. Okay? So there's going to be some manipulation of the fabric of space-time in 2023, right? To reaffirm that, this guy right here, Geordie Rose. Is anyone familiar with this character? This is the innovator of the D-Wave quantum computer. Okay, y'all are familiar with the quantum D-Wave computer, right? All right, it's next level computing, where quantum computing, they don't calculate an answer. It's like these quantum computers finds the timeline, finds the interdimensional reality where the answer exists, and then moves us into that reality. That's how this is called quantum entanglement, right? I'm not gonna get all deep in it. I'm gonna leave that for y'all to do, but I wanna share these predictions Geordie Rose made when he rolled out the quantum computer. So, and this is online. Y'all can check it, this speech is online. You should check it out. You got to hear the fullness of what he's saying. But I'm going to just point out the first two predictions. He said prediction 1, by 2018, NASA will find a planet approximately 40 light years from Earth using quantum computers. Okay? So like I say, they don't do no mathematics like binary computers that calculate. They find the reality where, we already knew there was this planet 40 light years away, and then we move on to that timeline. So this prediction has already been fulfilled. In 2017, and look at the mathematics, 222, how we in 2022, right? But February of 2017, they found 3 Earth-like planets described as being just under 40 light years away. So his first prediction has already come true, right? His second prediction in 2017, and look at the mathematics, 222, how we in 2022, right? But February of 2017, they found 3 Earth-like planets described as being just under 40 light years away. So his first prediction has already come true, right? His second prediction by 2023. A major breakthrough in physics will occur based on a model whose cornerstone is the reality of parallel universes. This is what I'm talking about, right? An experiment will be performed on a quantum computer that will support the new theory. So he's telling us they already got this thing lined up because they know one thing I didn't mention, why that 40-year interval was chosen is because the Earth has a natural 40-year rhythm within its magnetic field. And they're like riding on that. So the man is telling us they're going to use quantum computers in 2023 to perform an experiment that's going to prove the existence of parallel universes. That plus knowing the cause of what we're experiencing as the Mandela effect, right? These 40-year experiments. The first one started in 1943, next one in 83. His prediction is a smoking gun. It's them that, you know, they telling us what they're going to do. So we want to stay grounded this year, right? Keep your pyrite on you. Keep your grounding, you know, your black tourmalines, your shungites, right? Don't be untethered and demagnetized, right? Particularly August 12th. Be on the earth, you know? Like literally, like be sitting on the earth, be grounded. Because there's going to be some energy change, right? And I'm not sharing this to be fearful because, you know, the mad scientist is just that. He don't know what I'm doing. He don't know what I'm doing from one experiment to the next. And there's always something he can calculate, but, you know, what Ras say, infinite treasures. There's some.
So, just to follow up on the prediction that was made early in this year in that lecture, he did this, and Ras Ben did that one in 2022. That clip that I'm showing you, that was a 2022 clip to usher the family into 2023. So in 2023, there were several significant breakthroughs in quantum computing. One of the most notable was announced by IBM on June 14th. They demonstrated that quantum computers could produce accurate results at a scale of 100 plus qubits, surpassing leading classical approaches. This was achieved using the IBM Quantum Eagle quantum processor, which has 127 superconducting qubits. This breakthrough was significant because it proved that quantum computers can model complex physical systems beyond the capabilities of classical computers. Another major development was made by the University of Sussex, where researchers demonstrated that quantum bits, which are called qubits, can transfer directly between quantum computer microchips with record-breaking speed and accuracy. This advancement is crucial for the developing practical quantum computers capable of solving significant challenges. Harvard University also made a significant contribution with the creation of the first programmable logical quantum processor. This processor is capable of encoding up to 48 logical qubits and executing hundreds of logical gate operations, marking a vast improvement over previous efforts. The system represents a key step towards reliable, scalable quantum computing. Additionally, DARPA, right, which is like SHIELD and Marvel, DARPA supported breakthroughs in scalable quantum computing. Harvard built quantum circuits with around 48 Rydberg logical qubits, which is currently the largest number of logical qubits in existence. The scalabilities of these Rydberg qubits is expected to be relatively straightforward, offering a robust path towards error-correcting quantum computing systems, right? IBM unleashes the Eagle, the world's most powerful quantum processor. So this is in 2021, right? But then boom, the University of Tokyo completes installation of the 127 qubit IBM Quantum Eagle processor. So what Ras Ben was pointing out with the predictions that this European man had made, this man happens to be one of the founders of a very, very I would say revolutionary. We don't really hear about D-Wave. They don't talk about it a lot. And I know why, because they do not want people to know about the deep wave. Even in 2020, I had access to the deep wave. They opened up access to it through the cloud. You had like 2 seconds to basically perform a quantum operation or a quantum task and whatnot. And what I did, because it was around the time of COVID, is I utilized it basically to just do a model for me, a breakdown model about the COVID and everything. But people have access to these quantum computers. If you were to ask me, I would think I would say I would go on the record to say that the explosion in AI, quantum computers had to have something to do with that. They have to have, I know their hands are in it some way. The collision between AI and quantum computers will definitely be one of the biggest disruptions of this century. Okay, when it really locks in, it is going to take man, and it's gonna help the transhumanism movement immensely. Okay, so right now it's not necessarily needed because there's still a rollout that's taking place with people like Elon Musk being approved for the Neuralink, which will basically be the interface between man and machine. He's putting up the quote unquote satellites and whatnot. So it's not necessarily time for the quantum computers to merge with the AI. It's still a rollout. People are still getting rich off of, version 1 and 2 and 3 of certain things. They're not going to jump into quantum and just wipe out everything else. I mean, if you know how technology is rolled out, they had the iPhone 14 probably 4 years, but they had to piecemeal it with the 4, the 5, the 6, the 7, because it's still a commercial product. So you don't drop your most powerful, quote unquote, most up-to-date product. You want to, give them a little bit of, earlier versions while you improve upon, excuse me?
Drip it.
You drip it, right? Right. They drip it like you drip like there's a drip email campaign. They drip technology in order to completely profit off of that technology. It is, it's a no-brainer. But behind the scenes, DARPA and all of these other defense, quantum computing is definitely at play. China is becoming a major player in the field of quantum computing. There is actually what is known as a quantum race for supremacy. And whoever is able to reach that quantum race for supremacy will undoubtedly be crowned the quote unquote superpower of the world. So there is a race. Okay. So that prediction that was made has definitely come through in 2023. And as we usher in 2024, you will begin to hear the word quantum like you heard the word AI in 2023. Quantum computing will begin to take the quote unquote front stage, and it will be it'll be a rollout. You will see the immense power of quantum computers. You think ChatGPT is fast? Wait till you get a load of this one, So we have now arrived at the place where AI has, quote unquote, proven to be, part of the predictive programming cycle because it is moving exactly how it was predicted to move in the programming that we received through the Terminator and other quote unquote movies when we were all young, okay? And we were all getting this quote unquote programming. And this article just came out that the Tesla robot attacked the engineer at a factory during a malfunction, okay? So the Tesla robot basically went rogue, leaving a trail of blood and forcing workers to hit emergency shutdown buttons and whatnot. Tesla is having a very, very bad fourth quarter, okay? Elon Musk is having a very bad fourth quarter, and rightfully so. You know, he is, he's no friend of any of ours. So he's very duplicitous. He's a triple agent is what I call him. He has the biggest government contract, I think, of any company. He's going to be all right. So we don't need to worry about what the hell is going on with his fiat and all of these other things. But what we do need to know is that the Tesla humanoid robots that you see right here, this is the second version, they are only going to improve throughout time. He's missed a government contract, Elon Musk. So there's no way whatsoever that these robots will not be a part of a government contract for military. It was to my understanding that they were utilizing humanoids in the Gaza conflict and whatnot. And I'm still waiting for that information to make itself available. But based off of the research that I've done and based off of, just the trajectory of how they're rolling out AI, the fact that it is an AI war that we're witnessing, it's not above Israel to roll out the robo dogs or the robots and whatnot. So these robots are getting they're getting you know what I'm saying? They're being programmed for combat, they're being programmed to kill, and they are getting hands-on experimentation, and they are learning as they go along. Okay. So AI in 2023 was the year that left no human thing unchanged. It disrupted everything in its wake and in its path. It is the most dominant, quote unquote, topic of 2023. It controlled 2023. It hovered and lingered over everything in 2023. And going into 2024, I would say that it's still going to be a major player, but the other players, such as Virtual, is going to take the main stage with Apple releasing the Vision Pro Quest, Meta with their glasses and whatnot. So VR, AR, and SR, spatial reality, virtual reality, augmented reality, Project Bluebeam, things like that, alien sightings, things jumping out the sky and you not knowing if it's real or not. The Starlinks and whatnot, when Elon Musk activates the Starlinks above the earth, you can't really trust anything from that point moving forward. If you see a dragon in the sky, if you see UFOs, if all of these things at this point potentially can be blue beam. I mean, they're doing it right now. I'm seeing clips online where blue beam, or what they would call, there's a company called Mind Leap, and they were making a lot of noise a few years ago, and then they fell back. But they can make whales jump out the floor and all kind of stuff with the technology that they have right now. So moving into 2024, wearable tech, right? The technology has now entered the face. It has now moved up to the face. So we have wearable tech, and that is going to be very significant. It's going to be a disruptor. It's going to also open up multiple income streams for people who know how to utilize it in the realms of content creation, social media, streaming, and things of that nature. But you have the Apple Vision Pro Quest. When that drops, it's going to be akin to when an iPhone dropped. After that drops, nothing is the same. Okay, it will shift technology. It will even shift lifestyle very significantly. The Meta is rolling out their glasses, their Ray-Ban glasses. That's not as revolutionary as what we see with Apple. But it is significant in a sense that, you know, it also is going to open up multiple income streams. It's going to change life as we know it. People walking around being able to look at you and you not knowing if you're being recorded, you not knowing if thousands upon thousands of people are watching you, you know, people being able to go into places now and sneak in and utilize these glasses to show people things that have not been seen before. You'll see a rise in people showing off their private life, right? Leading with their private life rather than leading with that face that everybody wears in the public, which is not our true self, right? I mentioned it on occasions before that artists like Sexy Red, Sukiana, and what they call whole culture or ratchet culture, they may be seen as winning amongst the quote unquote their constituents in the younger generations because they are leading with their private life. They're not leading with their public, they're leading with their private life, and they're letting people into their bedrooms. They're, you know, leaking sex tapes and whatnot. So you see how they fornicate. You know, they are rapping and singing and speaking about things that necessarily you would speak about in private. Okay. And they're proud about it. Like, yeah, you know, I do this, I do that. And that is something that you're going to see more of. Voyeurism culture, exhibition culture, you know, no, look, ma, no hands, you know, the glasses, you know what I mean? That's going to bring people, because it's basically what you see in your world. Now you're able to let the world see what you see through your eyes, through your rose-colored glasses. Is going to make for very entertaining content. And also a lot of debauchery and other things will also take place too. Even if they impose restrictions, we live in a world of hackers who could get around these things and whatnot. Okay. They're going to come out with that new phone that you could wear as a clip-on, the Humane AI pen. And that's also going to be a disruptor. And I think it's going to, you know, change how people utilize mobile. That this is going to be the first major change in mobile in a very long time. Okay. So AI also has trails of 20,000 bodies. I remember saying a few months ago how things have changed so dramatically. I remember making a case where I was like, I never went to an AI funeral. You know what I mean? I don't know nobody that got killed by AI. Why y'all tripping? You know what I mean? Y'all need to calm down. AI is just here as a commercial product. And at that time, that was true, because when you roll out products, especially in front of Wall Street and all of these other investors, they want to see use cases. So there's a commercial use case for AI. There's an enterprise use case for AI. We witnessed that in the first, the second, and the third quarter with the merger with Microsoft and all of these wonderful things with generative AI and, you know, Mid-Journey, they're generating art. Oh my goodness, the copyright with the actor strike and all of these other things. That's the commercial use of quote unquote artificial intelligence 2.0. That's the commercial use, and that is to be used amongst the citizens. It's almost the level of feed them cake. It's the cake for you. You understand? That's what it is. It's the cake. But the other side of it, or the darker side of AI, the same way that there's a darker side of social media, the same way that there's a darker side of the internet called the dark web, right? Well, the darker side of AI is that it is a programmable killing machine, and it is Skynet, and it is what Sophia Stewart wrote about, and it is killing indiscriminately as we speak tonight, right now, over there in the Gaza Strip. Okay. And the story broke in early December about the quote unquote program that they were utilizing. The IDF in particular, the IDF was utilizing a program that they titled the Gospel AI, right? The Gospel AI. So AI is going to, it's not going to, AI has shifted the field of warfare forever to never go back to what was known before. It will not, once this conflict ends, the world will be changed forever. All right. It's not, you will not go back to what you know as a new normal. The same way in 2020, you'll never be able to go back and sit back in that seat that you were sitting in before they told you to get up. Right. So the same thing will occur with this conflict. And especially in the field of warfare, it is forever changed. And if you're going to compete, you have to be as brutal, as heartless, and as callous as the IDF. They set the new standard on quote unquote warfare. They're not listening to the international court and all of that other. No, they're pushing the envelope further to debase, to dehumanize, and to demoralize the world, because the world is suffering from what is taking place right now. The world is witnessing.
Suffering.
Scared the shit out of me with that. The world is suffering.
But I just affirm. I affirm,
yes,
man. The world is suffering.
Yes, there is something being done on that land. You know, for those of us who don't claim any type of biblical or we're not tied to religion, still in all. I've seen carnage on my timeline before, but keep in mind that the algorithms change, right? The algorithm that was on Facebook in 2017 ain't the algorithm of today. This algorithm, the same algorithm that Meta and Alphabet are running, 9 times out of 10, that algorithm was perfected in the same place that perfected this algorithm of war. Okay, Tel Aviv, right? This is the home of big tech, y'all. There's no separation from every single person in Silicon Valley with what you see over there. They're it's not that they pledge allegiance, they're dual citizens. You understand? They're funding, they're venture capitalists. The people, the big homies that they got all come from right here mostly. Okay. This technology, this big tech, all of this was utilized for it's commercial use and it's also military use. You feel me? It has it's two-folded because of because of who's programming it. The programmers have their DNA, their fingerprints, and their spirits inside of the quote unquote program. So you know who these people are. You understand the mentality of these recessives. So if they're recessive, they're programming the AI to be a recessive program, right? They're programming their fear into the AI. They're programming their inferiority complexes. They're programming all of the things that we would identify as Babylon into this new technology that they have now successfully, by way of Microsoft, OpenAI, and all of these other companies, integrated it into all of the business software around the world. I mean, at the end of the day, the shit was Microsoft, Bill Gates anyway, so it's not really a stretch. But now the AI, which is what Ras Ben predicted in his 2023 predictions about surveillance capitalism, right? The rise in surveillance capitalism. So now the fact that, they used to spy on you through Facebook and Instagram and YouTube and, with the clicks and everything. And there was this thing about your third parties were collecting your data. Well, with the AI integrated into damn near everything, Google and all of that stuff, you're really talking about a higher level now of quote unquote surveillance capitalism with this AI, facial recognition, biogenetics, all kind of stuff is going crazy. They're literally targeting people with this gospel app. They're calling up reporters, right? And they're like, yo, they're calling up Al Jazeera reporters. The IDF is hitting them on the phone. Like, yo, is this you? And they're like, yeah, this is me. And they're like, yeah, I think you might want to, I think you might want to get out the house. But once they got the phone, they locking you in and they're droning them, right? There's 100+ journalists that died in this conflict already. They're literally geo-targeting and locating them through their phones and then droning the shit out of them. I'm talking about bunker bombs on their heads. And then the AI, the way that the AI works, if the AI identifies a target, the AI is like, yo, it don't matter if there's 100 people around the target. It don't matter if the target is inside of a hospital. It don't matter if if they spot the target, it's lights out for the target and everything around it. So they're utilizing collateral damage in warfare to justify the civilian deaths that they're doing. They racked up 20,000. Okay. And they're utilizing a technology called the gospel. So yes, the days of innocent, cute AI, yeah, that shit is over because this program, you don't even know. Now, who knows if they're going to feed the data sets that they picked up off of all of this war and whatnot into the next GPT-5 training set, right? Somebody is going to pick it up because once again, they're in an arms race right now. They're in an AI arms race. So everybody has to do whatever they got to do what they got to do to get ahead, right? But there are major players in that field. China's a major player. The Saudi Arabia is a major player. The UAE, they came out with an AI called Falcon, or rather a LLM or a chatbot called Falcon. And that Falcon will answer questions about the Moors, anything dealing with information that they have suppressed over here with this pro-Zionist, pro-Zionist big tech is going to X out. They're going to block all information that is going to implicate or make them look crazy. But there's other LLMs that China built and that the UAE built, and hopefully one day Africa will build, and it will have all of the information uncensored, and you could talk to the chatbot, ask them about the Moors, ask them about Moorish history, ask them about all kind of things, and it will tell you the truth. You know what I mean? So the stuff that we're using in America is compromised, it's centralized, and it's biased. Okay. It's biased. All right. So, yes, artificial AI went mainstream in 2023. 2024 is going to be, it's going to be a lot of things, man. This is where it's at already with AI and quote unquote text to vision. I took this picture on the right. I loaded it up in a program, right? And I just said, I just made it move with a push of a button. You know what I'm saying? So AI cinema, this is a good thing, right? This is to take away the fear mongering aspect or to make people feel like they're defeated by because the AI didn't do nothing to you yet. But as somebody who understands how war works, I'll be damned if I sit around and not study this shit. I'll be damned if I sit around and not hire somebody who's proficient and learn it. No, I'm not going to sit around and talk crazy about it and not learn what this thing is. But this right here is a commercial usage. This is how people are going to be able to get rich. You know what I mean? I don't know about wealthy, but you'll be able to get substantially rich. And I'm talking to the youth out there, and I'm talking to parents who have younger children and whatnot. It would fare better if you were to take them out of some of these colleges where they paying all of this money for what? And put them into some type of programs where they can become certified and they can lock in and learn how to code, learn how to build something, and learn how to create something in real time where they can monetize it immediately and not wait 4 years. We're in a quantum quickening. We don't got 4 years. We don't got 4 years. I know people that's doing time right now. There's people doing time right now, and they getting money off of Fiverr because they were certified they went to Corsica and thinkific.com. They got certified. They took a $20 course. You know what I mean? It was for 5 hours, 10 hours, 15 hours. They got time on their hands. They got certified. Boom, went right to Fiverr. Now they behind bars making money. What's your excuse? You know what I'm talking about? Like, there should be no, the recession that they talk about that's coming, the fact that money dried up in 2003 and mad people was feeling that inflation and whatnot. It's because collectively we're not working together. All of these projects that I'm showing you, they're not done by one person. You know what I mean? They're not done by one person. These are collectives coming together with a purpose. You know what I mean? Because the plan got to be bigger than a man and whatnot. So what's the plan going into 2024? What's the plan that we could all collectively agree upon? Because I don't want to trauma bond, and I damn sure don't want to scare nobody into doing nothing. I just want to know, like, what are y'all ready to do? Because we're not doing these lives, and we're not doing these streams, and we're not doing Melanin Monday and making it private to where I'm just talking to Ras Ben and Blue. We talking to a collective. So half of the battle is already won. Half of the battle is already won. We got the numbers. So the next step is just to do something. So you'll never know your potential. You'll have unrealized, quote unquote, untapped potential, and that shit will haunt you. Because when you had the opportunity to do something, you ain't do it. And then when you don't got the opportunity to do it, then you talk about this, what you should have did. Nah, we can't play it like that. The ancestors didn't line this thing up for us. They gave us all of the tools that we asked for. Everything that we asked for is here. I don't know if you got the memo, but everything that we asked for that we need is here. Okay. And when you start working those tools, more tools will come. But how dare you ask for more tools and you ain't even pick up the toolbox that they done put down in the years of 2022 and 23 for sure. All of this AI shit, I'm gonna stand on it and I'm gonna say it again. They using it for war. You could have went and bombed your enemies before they did. You know what I'm talking about? It is not against you. It is not a detriment to you. It is to be utilized for your salvation, for your redemption, and for everything that you said by any means necessary. That's your tool. Okay? So
right along with that is this blockchain token economics. To me, the name says it all. I don't want to be chained to no block.
That's right.
Right? And I know a lot of people advocate that currency, the Bitcoin, and all them cryptocurrencies. Thank you. I'm going to avoid it to the very last minute. I'm going to avoid it to the very last minute, to the last second. I'm going to avoid it. Because ultimately, how it's been explained to me, the ultimate issue with it is that it's programmable money. So if they're like, I don't like you, brethren. You be talking too much. You influencing the youth in ways we not feeling. We just gotta limit you. They could program your money so you can only spend it in one neighborhood. Or program your money so you can't get no transportation. Uber ain't gonna work for you. Except out of your Uber driver might say something like, yeah, your money's no good outside of Colombia.
Facts. That's happening right now, Rob.
Right? Someone will be, again, going back to what we say, this relative persecution ratio, where someone could sit in their office, or it might even be AI. It might not even be a person, right? But somebody, something, I don't like you. I don't like how you stay. And then push some buttons, and now you jammed up. Don't put yourself in that position where you blocked on the chain. Avoid this thing. That's what I would say. And personal controls permeating the community. We said 2022 is a glimpse of grace. And we know they got that pandemic thing locked and loaded. Even though the moronic thing came through and gave us some grace in 22, my lady works at a health food store, right? And one of the things they had to do for the pandemic was install these things on the door where
you're gonna have to like scan or be scanned to get into to a food store. What? And of course she paid, you know, she ain't say nothing. She just cleaning, you know, spooked by the door, but she paying attention to this thing. So right, if we on that blockchain and they put this, they got the pandemic resurrected, they come out with whatever's after moronic, right? And because that was the pretext for them installing this technology. Right? Robot policing. I'm not down with the defund the police thing. If you ask me. Okay? Who's ultimately behind that agenda? The robot maker. The robot builder. The drone builder. And because the one thing about police, it is local control. It's not, you know, federal police ain't running things. It's like people in your community, people in your neighborhood. I know there's problems with police. I'm not minimizing or overlooking the problems, right? I'm just saying the solution that people are throwing out there, there might be an agenda attached to it, right? And that agenda might not be in our best interest.
They'll make sure it go from bad to worse, so they can step in and save the day again.
Exactly. And they told us this a long time ago. When did they tell us this? Who uses the language of film and knows RoboCop? RoboCop. Detroit was off the chain. And some corporation was like, we want to create a obedient robot. Right? Right. And even corporate sponsored communities. Right now, corporations are sponsoring stadiums. Like in Philly, everything's getting bought up. The every subway station is sponsored by a corporation. The stadiums. I'm sure it's happening everywhere, right? Everywhere. Corporations buying up every. One day, corporations might own our communities. What's that going to mean? Are they going to be creating policies that will weed out people they don't want? You know what I'm saying? So this is the flip side of things we might see with this Pluto and Aquarius. And it ultimately all feeds into that relative persecution ratio we was talking about, right? And again, the big difference from Pluto and Aquarius with Pluto and Cap. When Pluto was in Cap, there was someone we could point to and say, you are responsible, you know, you signed this bill or you did this and that, I can hold you accountable. But when Pluto's in Cap, it might be harder to say who's accountable other than ourselves, you know. So it's going to be a deep scenario to be in. All right. Y'all with me?
Yeah.
All right. Some other finer notes about 2023. This is the 2023 chart, right? We set it for 12 noon on January 1st. So when the sun is at its zenith, we look at the day, right? Because we would say this is a microcosm of the year. Okay, the zenith of the first day. And so one thing that stands out before we even get into the planetary placement is that there's no squares or oppositions amongst the planets. Last year we had that, which I think was 2019 maybe. What was the year? It was 2019. We said that year was going to be very synchronistic. It was going to feel like if we took one step, the omniverse, we took one step in one direction, the omniverse would, take 2 steps to us, right? Things would just be lining up. And on levels, I've kind of been on that motion in general, but I think 2023, it might be again like 2019, where it's like, wow, things is magical in my life. Things is popping, right? So we got to be able do magic. to work I can our do magic. Work our magi. They say the magi magnetizes, magnifies the magnificence of his or her imagination magically, right? So we want to stay magnetic. Get your magnetic stones, your magnetized hematite, your prophecy stones. We got prophecy stones in the house. All right? We got some prophecy stones today, like Jim Show. Give thanks.
Cotton flip.
Don't take it for granted. Stay magnetized as much as possible. Keep the fear, anxiety out of your heart chamber.
That's right.
Love, productive emotions, gratitude.
First and foremost.
Yeah. These things, we got to keep it in our heart. You can't be on, like, the magi can't be manifesting if they scared or ungrateful. It don't work. Or the reality the magi is going to create for themselves with them emotions, they're going to regret it. Okay? So that's real important, because with no squares or oppositions, like whatever momentum you build, the omniverse is going to offer very little resistance. Okay? So work it this year. Okay? I can do magic.
All right.
I can do magic. The moon is conjunct Uranus in the first house. This is not easy. This is not easy. Okay? You know, the moon is our inner world. Everybody's moon, if we did all your charts, nobody's moon is going to be in the same place. And everyone's inner world is different. But I could guarantee you all one thing. Everyone wants the same for their inner world. And what is that? Peace. We want inner peace in our inner world. Y'all astrologers, you know what Uranus brings? What does Uranus bring?
Change. Sudden change.
Sudden change. Chaos. The unexpected. Imagine if we knew what every day would bring. If every moment what it would bring. Why live life? So we need random chaos as a part of life. But that's not easy. Right? We feel more secure when we can plan and have a vision that, day to day we build on. If our life is full of a whole bunch of random stuff, you might feel it's hard to feel secure. It's hard to, hard to plan. It's hard to keep your inner world at peace. It's gonna be a challenge for us this year. It ain't gonna be easy. The stage is set. First house, that random stuff is gonna hit us personally.
Man, you ain't never lie. Hold on. Damn.
Right along with that, that's me. It's like whatever momentum you got in change, you know? Hard to plan. It's hard to keep your inner world at peace. It's gonna be a challenge for us this year. It ain't gonna be easy. The stage is set. First house, that random stuff is gonna hit us personally. It's gonna be hard to just, you know, just wipe it off and keep it moving. The thing is, you know, we take first houses where we take things personally. When the slap heard across the world, that thing was, you take that thing personally, right? That's first house. And Uranus, all of these is in Taurus too. So what does that tie in? Resources and finances are I haves. So emotional chaos due to financial instability may impact us personally this year. We see the stage set with the inflation.
Judge.
Elections is coming up this year, right? Well, they're going to start campaigning, right? Even though the actual elections in 24. All right, Uranus and Taurus brought about this whole smart home, smart car, everything push button, right? And it's becoming like our lifestyle now. Everything push button. This may impact us. First house is our sense of identity. If you in here and you culturally aware, something is active with your first house. First house is everything we say I am to. Right? So if you say I am conscious, I'm indigenous, I'm, whatever you say I am and identify with, that's your first house. Right? This technology might impact how we see ourselves and how we identify ourselves this year. I'd say minimize that smart technology. They might throw something out on that social media. We already see it on social media, right? Social media impacting how people see themselves and identify, right? But they might come out with some newer shit, this year that really gets people tripped out. Feeling
that was that AI.
Feeling a void inside, feeling empty.
I heard a lot of that this year.
No sense of self.
Yep.
Right? So
yes, sir.
You gotta watch that. Uranus brings our aha moments, our eureka moments. Right? You at home cleaning the dishes, and then you get a sudden vision. You get the $1 million vision. Right? That's Uranus. And the moon has a lot of influence on what we call that intuition, that inner knowing. When you feel something in your gut. Right? So, keep something with you to capture your downloads. That's the thing with a eureka moment, with an aha moment. If you don't, right, let's say I'm at home washing dishes and I get that $1 million vision, but I don't stop right then and there, dry my hands, and record it on my phone or journal it, right? Wifey sweating me, so I just want to get the dishes done so I don't have to hear her mouth, right? I finished the dishes. Damn, I forgot that. Damn. It, you know. So, keeps, if you journal,
Indeed. Yeah, so family, that right there is going to be my segment. I was here to just show you how on point the good brother Ras Ben was in his predictions. Everything that I was hear him talk about is definitely everything that I personally witnessed in this calendar year of 2023, down from the financial, the everything that he was touching on. I recommend that anybody in the building who is not part of our Patreon, you join it. Me and Blue Pill have a series going called When in Rome 4.4. Yesterday was class 2. We are going very, very deep on this quote unquote fall of Rome, right? We are in the end times of the falling of Rome, Nova Roma, which is Babylon. It's not just America, it's their other quote unquote entities that are part of that cabal, right? This lecture right here is 7 hours, okay? When you join the Patreon, you will have access to this as a $44 member. You will have access to the Quantum Quickening. We are going to be uploading that tomorrow. All right, 7 hours. The brother Blue.
Make yourself comfortable. All right,
went
we're
in.
gonna be here for a minute. Wasn't even allowed.
If you
That's
know
a
how
game
Blue
changer.
goes,
The cosmic cube.
he went in. This is
The
a
journal,
dissertation. This is a
then the
whole
Jeffrey. It's not the real deal.
Ivy League. You know what I mean? Like this is a
To me,
true dissertation
log.
that Blue did, just to show you how ahead of times he is. And this is going to be Melanin Mondays coming up this Monday, January 1st. If you are in the ATL, tap in with us live. If you're not in the ATL, tap in with us live stream. All right. We are going to be turning the west end of Atlanta into a place where we could bring our master teachers. We're going to turn it into what we turned the National Black Theater in Harlem into. It's going to be a home for some of our brightest shining lights in this community. And we're going to make a way so our master teachers could come to Atlanta and wake the people up every Monday, entertain them and educate them. So with that being said, y'all, I'm going to stop that right there. I'm going to open up the line and open up the airwaves for our good brother Ras Ben to come through and do what he does best. Thank you. Indeed, indeed. And I do want to remind the family that this is being recorded and it will be available for replay when it is over. And we will make sure that everybody that's in the building, that's a ticket holder, you all have access to the replay. Thank you. Yes, yes. Like the brother said, we have a 2-part that he'll be doing, the Great American Eclipse 2017. He'll be revisiting that, and he'll also be giving us the 2024 vision. So yes, this is the moment that we've all been waiting for. Okay. You got it from here? Mexico. X marks the spot. And remind me when we finish this to end it off with that I Could Do Magic by Kambada. What a way to, you know what I mean, to cap this night off.
Chef, you had
Pillar, you there?
Yes, I'm here, live and direct.
All right, my bad. I was saying, do you see the fullness of my screen, or is any of my Zoom platform blocking anything?
No, you full.
Good. All
Yeah.
right, give thanks. Give
Yes,
thanks.
sir. Indeed.
So, yeah. We're going to share with y'all the 2024 vision. We say this year, it's all about the prophetic stage. Yo, it's going to be a year. You're going to need to know your history, mystery, and prophecy. Things are going to be occurring. Things are going to be fulfilling. And if you don't understand prophecy, the original prophetic timeline, as well as the manipulated prophecies that are, spinning a lot of events we're seeing, you're going to be confused. Just like last year, it was like before I even got into the chart, I had to talk about the Philadelphia experiment, right? This year, got to do the same with prophecy. We ain't getting all in that tonight. I'm just explaining why this is called the prophetic stage for this year, right? But those that do follow my channel, you should be aware that my latest video focuses on the manipulated timelines that we see playing out with Is It Real Today? So-called Middle East. And my vision in 24 is to get a Patreon community bubbling. And our first series is going to focus on the history and mystery of prophecy, So all of that's kind of aligned.
Yes.
With the prophetic stage for this year, So what's happening here. Let me get my joint working for me. There we go. So Red Pillar did a great recap of 23. We did say it was a pivot in time, two big things. One, the artificial manipulation, the Philadelphia experiment effect, compounding with the Montauk experiment effect. The other thing, the big transition of the slowest planet, Pluto, going into Aquarius, And so, Pillar covered a lot of that. How the 43 and 83 magnetic field Earth cycles was being manipulated, right? In these two experiments, Philadelphia experiment here in Philly, Montauk project up in Long Island. Bang. Why is that important? Because if they working on that 40 years, something's going to pop in 23. That's what we said, right? So yeah, I would have to say, I think the most dramatic impact of that was AI, as the pillar pointed out, the pillars. And life ain't never gonna be the same after 23. When we look back, when we in 33 and 44, looking back at 23, yeah, we're going to feel like Michael Jordan just AI'd us, left our ass in the middle of the court, you know? Another big thing was this big shift of Pluto into Aquarius. Said the big theme of this was either going to be power to the people, right? Because Pluto is our relationship with truth and power. And Aquarius is the sign of the masses, of the collective. We also had the specter, though, of what our good brethren, the Aki Becca, termed the relative persecution ratio. We're sad to say, in this Babylon society we in right now, we all got a relative persecution ratio. Ras Ben right now, shit, they could push one more button and my shit just be crumbled right now, you know? And Blue, it might take him 4 buttons. It might take my Pittsburgh crew, it might take them 8 buttons, right? But everybody got a relative persecution ratio. Some amount of buttons, some algorithm, some AI deployment that yeah, would take you the hell out. And so this is the specter Pluto and Aquarius has. And then the other deep thing with it is that with Pluto and Aquarius, there won't be no, what you say, government accountability. We like to hold government accountable, right? Right now, right? Biden did it. Trump did it. Yeah. It might not even manifest like that. So we did say with this Pluto and Aquarius, these were some of the upsides we would see. The biggest two I'm going to point out is that we said labor unions were going to be empowered in 23 and that there might be a lot of revolutions, right? Yo, we know 23 was the year of labor, right? This is what Wall Street Journal, New York Times, most media, they reporting how 23 was the year to strike and big victories, right? The Hollywood actors and screenwriters, the auto workers scored real big, you know? And look at this stat. The country experienced a surge in strikes unlike anything in recent memory. According to Cornell's Labor Action Tracker, as of October 31, there were 354 strikes in 2023, involving roughly 492,000 workers, nearly 8 times the number of workers involved in strikes for the same period in 21, and 4 times the number for the same period in 22. So, hey, we said labor unions empowered. We saw that manifest right at the gate. We also said there was going to be a lot of revolutions. And we saw this in Africa, where you had a string of coups, right? So many that the newly formed governments formed a coalition and an alliance to, secure legitimacy as a legitimate government. Like, hey, we all did it. Come on, represent, right? So we witnessed that too. And again, though, this is just the door of Pluto and Aquarius opening up, right? So I just did a real quick recap. The Red Pillar did more. And I will say that fullness of the video is on my Ras Ben 188 channel, I will say I revisited it this strong, preparing for this evening. And man, what I'm saying, he who blows his own horn, it's a hollow tenor, but I was, I was pretty spot on, consistent with how we've been able to vision for a while, but especially since 2020, and it's from that point, 2020, the pillars have really been building with me just in terms of mapping years and accounting for what we said. So I'm very thankful they are a part of tonight and really couldn't see it manifesting any other way. But with that said, let's jump into the prophetic stage of 2024, right? And why? What's happening in 24 that's, hey, why we need to pay attention to this prophetic stage? Got two big players on the prophetic stage this year. One is Saturn in Pisces in the 12th house. What is that? Oh, that's Father Time in the house of many mansions. That's Father Time in the house of revelation, the house of fulfillment. What? And beyond just the house and sign. Just for me personally, I am in the middle of my second Saturn return. Natally, for me, Saturn's in Pisces, right? And how it's almost, I'm not gonna say it's natural, but I've been naturally drawn to sacred timekeeping, and figuring out history, mystery, and prophecy. It's just like I can't watch a Tom and Jerry cartoon. We're trying to interpret it prophetically, So this is that Saturn and Pisces and natally, this is my marks. I got Saturn and Pisces in my 12th house, right? So if you in the Ras Ben Ras search, right? You've been chronicling us and following us for a while. This is going to be a year when that Ras search really pay off, when that Ras search really feel extra relevant, because this year, Saturn, Pisces, 12th house, yo, history, mystery, and prophecy are going to impact the mundane, the everyday. You're going to be watching Tom and Jerry or whatever. You're going to be in your garden studying a bee. Mundane things in the supermarket. And prophetic mysteries are going to be a part of those mundane experiences. When you witness these things, you're going to need to know what you're seeing. Make sure y'all check out the manipulated timelines and join the Patreon, because we're going in on prophecy this year. We're going to go in on prophecy. The first session we had, and I know some who were in the first session are in the house again tonight, but y'all know we went in on the original prophetic timeline, the Enochian timeline. What? To be able to articulate those things in 2024. Man, I'm still charged and inspired from that. And I look forward to sharing it again soon in the Patreon community, you know? But one big thing is that we're going to be witnessing what them call that in Saturn, Pisces 12th house, in time, Father Time, in time fulfillment. Something else that happened, just kind of synchronistically, something we can relate to, with Saturn and Pisces in the 12th house. It's when El-Hajj Malik El-Shabazz was taken out. You know? All of that, 65, this was the signature of that year. You know? But we got something else on the prophetic stage popping. Neptune in Pisces in 12th house. Neptune has been popping up in this space for at least a decade, okay? And that's why Piscean people, and we know who the Piscean people are, those associated with the Ma'afa, those associated with the Carthaginian, Phoenician, transatlantic empire, them Poseidians, them Neptunians from the Atlas mountain region, you know, getting into Greco-Roman mythology and all that. And, you know, we've been singing redemption songs this last decade or so. We're not just focused on our lifetime here and now, right now. Nah, what do we hear out of our mouths often? Our ancestries and the works that they've done, the shoulders I stand on. I gotta redeem them. I gotta heal the family. I gotta, you know, bless up the bloodline and do some mighty works to bring things full circle. My good brethren, Jamal, I hope you in the house tonight. But he shared with us how one of his ancestries is Bruce James, the man who stole the Kebra Nagas and the Book of Enoch out of Ethiopia and founded York Rite Masonry with, not York Rite, excuse me. What is that rite? What's the other rite?
It's the
Scottish Rite.
Yeah, he
Thank you.
formed the Scottish Rite.
Formed the Scottish Rite. Thank you. I just blanked on me for a moment. But formed the Scottish Rite Masonry by introducing the Enochian Rite, which was all the mysteries he had gained studying with the priest in Ethiopia. What? And, you know, yeah, how that thing inspires this man's work, what he's doing today. How powerful is that? That we encircle with a man who's fulfilling that circle. This is Saturn in Pisces 12th house. This is Neptune, Pisces 12th house. We singing our redemption songs. I hope you don't mind me using that example, but when you shared it, right, the first session, I just thought it was so profound and it really spoke to the time, you know? I can't think of a more glaring example, you know? But
Oh, respect. I appreciate that, Ross, very much.
yeah, man. And so Neptune in Pisces, 12th house is doing that, but it's also prophetic visions, inspiring action. Okay? But that's not easy in 2024. Why? Because Neptune has a challenging aspect with Mars and Mercury in the 9th house. They square 90 degree, tension, stress, right? And what are the planets distressing? Mars and Mercury retrograde. Relatively, I'm not going to say they hard conjunct. They 5 degrees of separation. 7 degrees, some people give as the arc of influence for aspect, right? Some people limit it to 3. I like 7. I think if it's within 7 degrees, that aspect is active. And then when you look at Neptune, right? Neptune is at 25 degrees Pisces, which is in the middle of the arc of influence between Mars and Mercury. Mars is at 27 degrees Sagittarius, right? Mercury's at 22. So Neptune itself is only 3 degrees away from Mercury, and it's only 2 degrees away. And when I say away, from direct aspect with Mars, you know? So that's an active square, right? And if we were to give Mars conjunct Mercury retrograde in Sagittarius in the 9th house some keywords, that's wars and rumors of war. Because Mars is the weapon maker. Mars is the warmonger, you know? Anything martial, like, martial law. Is law during war, and yeah, Mars is bout it, right? And we all know what Mercury retrograde is. It's confusion, misunderstanding, misperception, uh, miscommunication, misstep. So what is that going to translate into? War and rumors of war. Even how Red was building, how that whole thing really seemed like a psyop. How, I mean, I saw YouTube. I wish I could like pull it up and reference it right now. But it was a military, Israeli military soldier saying like, yo, there's no way in damn hell October 7th wasn't enabled because the Gaza Strip is the most surveilled, that the border along the Gaza Strip, he said, was the most surveilled stretch of land in the world. There's no way that thing went unaware, you know? So here we go. It's going to be echoed throughout 24, wars and rumors of war. But then you're going to still be inspired, have these cats inspired by prophetic visions. That's what I'm saying. We're going to need to know prophecy because you're going to have cats wilding the hell out on manipulated prophetic timeline. It ain't even the real prophecy, how things is supposed to go down. And so this is how we supposed to move, right? But you out here on some apocalypse of pseudo Matthias. You out here on some the book of John Mandeville. These false prophetic teachings. You on some prophecy of the Church of Philadelphia, Revelations chapter 3. You out here on some major manipulated timelines. Don't know, just because the shit's happening in front of you, you don't know, is it real or not, right? Just because we see it, is it real? I don't know. These is the questions we're going to have to be answering in 24. Okay? I already broke this down, right? Just to build on a little more. Sagittarius and ninth house are both the realm of international relations. Okay? But it is also the house of religion, in contrast to 12th house, which will be the house of spirituality, which we would define as the house where we have our direct and personal relationship with God and ancestors, you know? So ninth house, when we go to church, when we go to the masjid, when we have collective worship experiences, that's the ninth house. So with Mars and Mercury retrograde, but still being influenced by Neptune, it's going to be some like, you know, fanatical characters. Fanatic antics is going to be popping off on 24. Why? Mars is the planetary ruler of drive, motivation, and ambition. Conjunct Mercury retrograde, again in this house of religion, house and sign of religion, mutable fire. The fire no water can put out. Another dimension we might see with Mars conjunct Mercury retrograde in this outgoing house, all that yang yang. We already see the momentum of this. And with this planetary alignment in 24, the stage is set for this stuff to kind of grow outrageous this year, right? I don't know how it's going to manifest, but the manosphere, right? I know Kevin Samuels is an ancestor now, right? But maybe the next Kevin Samuels will arise. Or they'll start a Kevin Samuels conference or something. But Mars is the planetary ruler of manhood and masculinity. Again, conjunct in Mercury retrograde. It's going to be all that yang yang. It ain't going to be yin yang. It's going to be yang yang. In ninth house, in Sagittarius, passport bros. These dudes is going to be like next level 24, you know? And does that mean they're really going to blow up in attention and followers? Very possible. May they say and do such outrageous things that they look like Mars conjunct Mercury retrograde, you know, and just get caught the hell out of there. That's possible too, you know, but we can't see what's in the chart. Be aware of the momentum that's been building with that thing and not factor it to be something that kind of has a lot of attention and focus in 24, you know? Compounding that is Let me make sure I got this right. Uh-oh. All right, compounding that, right, is that we got yin in the house of yang. Venus is detriment in the 8th house. Mars rules the 8th house. Venus is better manifest in the 2nd house or the 7th house, right? Venus is really considered at its detriment in the 8th, right? And if we were to put a keyword to how that detriment, or you say archetypically would manifest misplaced values, right? And how Venus in the 8th house moves, it's an iron fist and a silk glove. Like we say, Mars rules the 8th house. 8th house is where the resource grab occurs, you know? So when Venus is in the 8th house, you got these misplaced values, right? What you may have is characters that they present, whatever they presenting, whatever they coming with, is silky, it's velvety, it's pretty, you know? But they shown just enough of the iron fist to let you know, like, yo, you know, you could take it sweet or you could, you know, you could take it soft or you could take it hard. What you gonna do? So there's like this alluring yet intimidating manipulation going on. The way we could see that play out on the international level is this BRICS thing. This BRICS thing is going to go down in 24 with this Venus and Sag. And like, that's how BRICS is really coming at where you say Western economies right now. Like, look, you know, we holding out this silk hand, right? But Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, yeah. We about to reconfigure our whole economics and our whole global network to exclude y'all Bamas. Y'all can either get down or lay down. What you gonna do? You know? So Venus in Sag, international, right? But in this 8th house, woo, it's going to be very pay attention to the BRICS negotiations. But then on an interpersonal scale, so that's international, but interpersonal, building on this yang. This is, what's this going to create? Oh no, we might see the passport hose, you know? We might see something outrageous like that evolving where, again, misplaced values, the schism between the family and the polarization of man versus woman, how it's manifest as the passport bro. We might even see an extreme example come like the passport hoe, you know? That's what this Venus. But I will point out too that Saturn in Pisces in 12th house, Father Time in the house of fulfillment is hard square Venus in 8th in Sag. You see they each at 3 degrees, right? So look, do your best. What I would say is, you feel like you got to put a velvet glove on, right? But you know your ultimate intention is to be strong arming and bow guarding. Just don't even put the glove on, right? Just, hey, Brody, make your move, okay? Because there's going to be karmic dimensions associated with misplaced values and what you say, the alluring yet intimidating manipulation that we might be impelled find ourselves in, you know? Hey, all of us who are in relations. You're a man with a woman. You're a woman with a man. Go into 24 really valuing your relationship. And don't allow yourself to be manipulated, particularly by social media. And the resentments and putting yourself in those positions where you got them alluring, yet manipulating moves playing out. Why? Saturn, hard square, instant karma. Father Time is like, Father Time we ain't got a lot of time for, we say, just the bullshit in 24 with Saturn and Pisces, 12th house, you know? So if we know better and ain't doing better as it relates to our values, and we say, well, what do you mean by values, Ross? Hey, sit down and ask yourself, what's really important in my life? What's really, really important in my life? The answer to those questions is Venus in your life. Venus is our values. So if you can't identify what's really important in your life, this would be a good year to focus on that. All right? And just pay attention that Venus rules Libra, 7th house, which is all about relations and relationships. Without, my brethren Aki Becker would say, keep good relations amongst I and I. Right? So we have to do that. Right? There also might be a lot of past life rectification. And you find yourself in some weird dynamic in a relationship, right? Like, where the hell this come from? It might not be from this lifetime. It might be some past life rectification playing itself out. So meds on that too. If one of your relations, they wilding out on some old like, yo, where you coming from? It might be something, you know, and there's no experience you can anchor in this lifetime to explain their behavior, right? It might be coming from that 12th house, Saturn and Pisces, hard square in Venus. All right, y'all with me? Y'all with me?
Yes, I.
All right.
Yes, star.
All right. Give thanks. So, yo, the pillars. One thing to really you see, they know the ledge is on the cutting edge of what we need to know with this technology. And that's going to be very relevant in 24. Innovative innovations. I could see something now, and this is it's going to be different than AI. It might be AI, right? But I think it's going to be something different. There's going to be a rollout, a deployment of some innovative new technology that's going to be a real game changer. Okay? And what I mean by that, like I saw how in 23 this brethren invented a machine that makes water out of air, right? But again, is it getting rolled out? Is it getting deployed? Right? I see it as a technology along those lines. And why it's going to get rolled out, big part of it might be because it's an election year. But all the forces are going to come together that, yeah, a societally changing innovation may hit the scene, even bigger than AI in terms of, like, where you say mundane liberty in 24. We got several players lining up for this. Okay? We have the sun and cap in a harmonic trine with the moon in Virgo in 6th house, which is all about Virgo. 6th house is all about production and efficiency. You know? Capricorn in 10th house. These decision makers, right? This is why the new year starts with sun and cap, you know? The man. And then they're all trining a couple of planets in the 1st house, Jupiter and Uranus. So this is almost a grand trine. I want y'all to study the chart real quick, and you'll see that there's an arrow pointing to the 1st house, right? By the aspects. You see the almost triangle that's outlined right here. But the corners don't meet at the 1st house because there's a significant arc of degree of influence between Jupiter and Uranus, right? They are, 14 degrees apart. So even though they're both in the 1st house, right? They're not aspecting or interacting one another. But at the same time, Jupiter is trining the sun, but Uranus is not an aspect to it, right? But at the same time, Uranus is trining the moon. Y'all see that? So it's almost a grand trine. Grand trines, excuse me. Grand trines are considered one of the most auspicious aspects that can be created but you do need some squares and oppositions in the chart to really balance it. A complete grand trine with no squares or oppositions. Someone born with a silver spoon in their mouth, you know, who ain't have no trial nor tribulation. So then the first stressor they encounter in life, they crumble. So I actually think, you know, when you see that 24 is almost a grand trine with some squares in it, right? We already mentioned one. Venus and Saturn is squaring. Neptune and Mars and Mercury is squaring. Then you got this almost grand trine. It kind of sets the stage for if some favorable, advantageous opportunities for humanity or the collective pop up, the leaders, the world, everything is, it's like they're going to be compelled to make it happen. They're not going to be able to take it for granted. You know? At least I guess that's my wishful thinking, right? I'm going to put it out there. Shoot, right? Another way I could see this innovation manifest is, well, right here are some of the ways. Food production, clean renewable energy, ergonomics, stress management, home and work efficiency. We might see a 4-day work week where energy efficiency, pollution, minimization, stress, how on the live yesterday, the Pillars and I did a live to promote tonight. And they was just blocking the sound. I think it was at that time. Blocking the sound, how like women is tired, mama's tired. They wouldn't get off the rat race, treadmill. For what? For who? Yeah. We might see a 4-day work week or some innovation in ergonomics and stress management, or clean renewable energy that we free us up from these utilities and shit. Let's see, you know? But on the flip side, physical stress's impact on emotional wellness is going to become more relevant. Manic, compulsive, and obsessive issues will, hey, we're going to see it. Maybe it'll be a reality show around a manic or a famous person who battles with OCD behaviors, opening up about their conditions, or somebody OCD doing something outrageous that makes the news. And so now it's like relevant. People are talking about it, you know? I wouldn't be surprised if we see that. This first house, Jupiter and Uranus in the first house. Oh boy. In an election year. Oh boy. Well, just on one level, it's going to be the year of self-aggrandizement. You got Jupiter and Uranus in the first house, the house of identity, the house of, you know, I am. Oh man. Jupiter in the first house, Yeah, magnanimous characters, bigger than life characters. When I see Jupiter in the first house, I automatically, you know who we automatically think of? You know, the Don. The Don will probably, if I'm looking at Jupiter in the first house, defining the characters on the stage, oh man, the Don mind, come again, you know? But then Uranus in first house, eclectic characters, characters that their unique individuality is what makes them stand out. These are going to be the characters playing the leading roles on the prophetic stage. Oh, shit. On an election year. But also, too, identity politics is going to impact society and elections greatly. Okay? Uranus is the ruler of the 11th house and Aquarius, the house and sign of elections and politics. Its ruler is in the first house. There's also the first AI election, you know, where we're going to be seeing things that may be AI generated. We're going to have AI calculated drives, voting drives, you know, as well as campaigns to minimize certain votes. Whew. And yeah, year of self. So this Uranus in the first house makes it the year of self-aggrandizement, but also social transformation. These same characters is going to be the one driving this prophetic stage, you know? And what's going to be driving this social transformation? We've already built on it. It is this Pluto on the cusp of Aquarius, where it's even highlighted this year because it's right on the cusp of the 11th house. Again, Aquarius is all things 11th house. So in a U.S. election year, with Pluto there, right? There's the only way I can interpret this. In a U.S. election year where money is free speech, you have corporate-sponsored elections, the first AI election, minimization of relevance of elected officials, and the corporatization of authority. Wow. These are going to be the realms where we see the most change in our society. And as Blue eloquently gave us the vision where 23 is Jordan, but 24 is Kobe. One thing I know about Kobe, Kobe was ice cold. He was accurate. Like, when you say that Mamba consciousness, like, you know, not that Michael Jordan was graceful, right? But, you know, I don't think he identified as a Mamba, right? But that's how Pluto is poised right here in this, you know, what's this? This is the prophetic stage of 24 set. Wow. You know? So, right, we already talked about this one half of the equation that, you know, hey, we're going to work it to the best of our ability. These peer-to-peer empowerment, these pillars, that y'all doing what we need to be doing, which is creating peer-to-peer economic platforms. We can all prosper collectively, you know? But then we've already covered this. We do have this shadow, the specter of it weighing over us, you know? But I think the ultimate key to getting through 24 again, ground yourself with these players on the prophetic stage. Be open to your prophetic visions. You get some prophetic visions, act on them. But gotta know your prophecy. You gotta know your prophecies. Book of Enoch, the key to the original prophecy. We'll just drop it on that. We'll end this portion there. How y'all feeling? Pillars.
Awesome, awesome.
Yes.
Excellent.
All right, what's our time?
Feeling good,
We on
blessed. Let's
God's
get it.
time.
Nation
Let's
time.
go.
All right.
God's time.
All right. I'm just checking. Shit. We'll get Ross started. All right. All right. Let's talk about this eclipse real quick. It's just important to know a little science, history, prophecy, and astrology on eclipse. Because this one, I think, will even be more profound than the 2017 one in terms of the things we see, how it's felt. I will say, in retrospect, I made a big error in the 2017 eclipse, and that was that I exposed myself to the rays. We had a huge party. I'm sure there's someone who was there, One Art. Yo, we was hot and popping. We had little kids there making the little reflector eyeglasses and the pinhole boxes and, you know, eating food, burning her, and we had a big reason. And this is the reasoning we shared that day. But in retrospect, we should have honored our ancestry's tradition of avoiding them rays of the eclipse. And so I'm just saying that now, going into 24, that even though it is a once in a lifetime experience, I get it, you know. Our ancestries, they did not get down with no eclipses. We're gonna get into that a little bit, right? But, you know, I want to just say that so y'all are full aware of that, okay?
I have a question.
Please.
Ras Ben, greetings and love to everybody. This is Kafunya Star Rebel in the building.
Star Rebel! Why not rebel?
Right? I was listening to everyone's presentation and everything, and are you going to be offering, is the collective going to be offering solutions to all of these situations that are coming up?
Well, I think they say to be forewarned is to be forearmed, right? And I mean,
we have all the warnings, we see all the signs and everything, but there's also a flip side to everything else too. It just can't be, you know, like we're helpless and everything and we can't do anything about.
I didn't say we was helpless. That's why I say.
Listen to me.
That's why I say we got to know the original. If you ask me, the best solution, and I thought I articulated it, but I will say it again, is to know prophecy.
Right. Knowing prophecy, Ross.
know the original prophetic timeline. Because see, if you know
It's
the
good.
original prophetic timeline and you could move and live in such a way you align with that, you've done the hardest work. And some of the hardest work in 24/2 is to not get spun out in the
Right.
false prophetic timeline. So that's the solution I can offer right here, right now. And maybe
Yeah.
that could be an ongoing reasoning we have throughout the year, right?
Yes.
And it should be each one teach one as well, right?
Exactly.
So I look forward to hearing solutions from others, you know? But right here, right now, and I wish the vision for 2024 wasn't as, what we say, as much of an omen as an augur.
Mm.
I wish that, right?
Yeah.
But to be honest, I haven't been able to give what I guess you would call an augur year vision since 2019.
Now, Russ, we know that thoughts create reality as well. So by us tapping into our thoughts and word sound power, I firmly know that we can steer the course as well, because
Thank you.
we're
Thank you for that solution.
right. Because
Yeah, I mean, yeah. But the reality is, can we just proceed and build on that? Because I hear what you're saying. It's a very complex question.
yeah,
And
because what we're
because I
one or
don't
two.
have solutions to share right here, right now,
No.
it's something that would be better to build on at a next appointed time, you know?
Right. Okay, I agree with that and I acknowledge that, but I just want to say to everyone is here, where one or two are gathered, things can transform and transcend. That's what I would like to.
Well, then, if that's true, then us coming together on this reasoning is in itself
Right, exactly. That's what I'm
the solution.
saying. You
All
know,
right, well, give
I'm not.
thanks, Sister. You had to rebel for us real quick. Give thanks. All right. So, the Great American Eclipse of 2017, the science, history, mystery, prophecy, and astrology. So, how do eclipses work? Because it is one amazing relationship between the sun and the moon. The sun's distance from Earth is about 400 times the moon's distance from Earth, right? But at the same time, the sun's diameter is about 400 times the moon's diameter. So the way these ratios line up, when they are in what's called exact conjunct or occult, right? They appear approximately the same size. So the moon eclipses or occults the sun. So eclipses are basically the moon casting a shadow across the earth, right? And you do have lunar eclipses where the earth will cast a shadow across the moon. Two types of solar eclipses, partial and total. There's an eclipse every year, approximately every 16 months, somewhere visible on the planet, okay? And it'll either be partial or total, right? And so why an eclipse does not occur every new moon, right? Because An eclipse is a new moon, right? But the sun has an orbit of axis. The moon has an orbit of axis, right? The meeting point of those two orbits are what's called the nodes. So you know how you got the north node, the south node, Ketu, and Rahu. Again, the dragons. I think there's going to be a year of the dragon too in Chinese astrology, if I heard correctly. The nodes, when the sun and the moon are on the same orbital plane during a new moon, there's going to be an eclipse, right? So the last total solar eclipse in the US was in 1918. And, boom, the last one again was that 2017. Here's the path of the 1918 eclipse. Here is a mapping of the three. The 1918 eclipse that you could see stopped in the Caribbean, right? Then you had the 2017 eclipse, which went through Oregon and exited through South Carolina. And here's the path of the upcoming one, April 8th, 2024. Coming up from Mexico through Texas, touching one of them Great Lakes, Ohio, right? My Pittsburgh crew, I hope I ain't bust your bubble. I know y'all was planning on going out there and checking it. But I think the midpoint, right, on this image, it's identified as Jackson County, Illinois, but it's my understanding. One of the key points is Cahokia, and maybe my Pittsburgh crew can jump in a little later and give more detail. I know they've been sciencing that, right? But let's just keep it moving, right? Eclipses in history. Sun and the moon were viewed by ancients as the major actors in the celestial drama. The sun ruled the heavens and established celestial order. Based on the principle as above, so below, kings and emperors were viewed as earthly embodiments or incarnations of the rulers of heaven, the sun, right? So solar eclipses were considered a disruption of celestial order and was considered a malefic omen for rulers whose land was traversed by an eclipse. Concerned about preservation of power post-eclipse, kings would sponsor priesthoods who could observe the heavens, calculate, and predict eclipses. This seems to have occurred around 2300 BC in ancient China. Rulers would weave elaborate myths explaining eclipses as invisible dragons attacking the sun god, etc. Here this is again tying it in with the nodes, Rahu and Ketu, the north and south dragons. They also staged elaborate rituals to defeat these dragons, thus sustaining post-eclipse rule, right? There's a tradition of Ho and He, the drunk astronomers who failed to inform the emperor of the October 26, 2137 BCE solar eclipse. Because they lunched, they was tripping, they was drunk. The emperor was unable to plan ceremony to chase the dragons away. Ho and he lost their heads, and they say there was never a drunk astronomer in classical China since then, right? In 585 BCE, there were two Middle Eastern armies, the Lydians and the Medes. They were in battle one day, and bam, what happened? A totally solar eclipse. So when the moon covered the sun and went dark, the warring factions took note, they laid down their arms, and they made peace right on the spot. As far as some European history, Louis of Bavaria, who was the son of Charlemagne, okay, was head of a great empire, the Charlemagne Empire, when on May 5th, 840, he witnessed a solar eclipse. He was so petrified, he just checked out. He died shortly thereafter, right? King Henry of England experienced a total solar eclipse on August 2nd, 1133. This occurred the day before he left on a prearranged trip to Normandy. He never made it home. He died while in Normandy. There was a total eclipse of the sun visible in Paris, May 22nd, 1724. The young 14-year-old King Louis XV observed it. Although he lived throughout his reign, France lost several Caribbean colonies, as well as status as a world power during Louis XV's reign. France lost the 7-Year War, giving up its North American territories. It also relinquished Austria and the Netherlands. Christopher Columbus is a tricky character. He used awareness of eclipses to his advantage. The fourth voyage to the Americas, Columbus got stranded in Jamaica, and the Arawak were caring for him, right? But they grew tired of him, like, yo, y'all characters, y'all gotta, move on. We don't like how y'all stay, right? So Columbus knew from his navigational and astronomical tables that there was going to be a total lunar eclipse, February 29th, 1504. And so he called the natives together, and he proclaimed to them, yo, if y'all don't resume feeding us, I'm going to make the moon disappear. Of course, they ignored him. Then the eclipse occurred, right? So the Arawaks fed him till he got rescued. Wow, what a character, right? Those that are familiar with Tecumseh, right? The Shawnee prophet was attempting to confederate displaced indigenous that were ending up in the Ohio Valley. The Lenape, who had to go through their Trail of Tears, was a part of this collective. These bands of Shawnee meeting in Ohio, right? And Tecumseh was doing his best to unify these displaced bands into one collective, right? And so he had to call upon some mystical powers to make it happen. Because a lot of the ones that had ended up there were spun out by what do you call them? What they call them characters? Proselytizing and preaching and, you know, one's trying to Christianize them and educate them. Elias Boudinot them. When y'all watch the prophetic stage of 2024, you know exactly what I'm saying. If you haven't already seen it, now you know what it is. But just get them under another identity, right? So, in an attempt to, you know, they was like battling and going back and forth, right? So, the colonizers challenged Tecumseh to turn the sun into darkness. And he said, okay, I got you, right? He, being someone like Benjamin Banneker, maybe, right? A mound gritter who tracked the lunar cycles as well as the nodes, you know, the meeting point of the sun and moon orbits. He was like, all right, I got you. And then on June 16th, 1806, he used the solar eclipse as an opportunity to order the Great Spirit to release the sun. Bam. He fucked them up with that one, you know, and became, y'all can read more about Tecumseh, but that really set the stage for his reign of leadership amongst the, you know, Shawnee, Lenape, and where you say scattered bands of the eastern woodland Indians who they had put on a trail of tears, ending up in west of the Alleghenies in Ohio. Okay? Nat Turner also, right? One of the most well-known enslaved revolts to occur, centered around Nat Turner and a vision he got on an eclipse. In 1828, he had a vision. He would lead his people to liberty, but he'd have to wait for a sign from God. An annual eclipse of the sun occurred February 12th of that year, 1831. He saw it as a black angel occulting a white one. The time had arrived for the blacks to overcome the whites, is how he interpreted it, right? You also had this play out real deep in Zululand in 1879, January 22nd, where in the Battle of Isandlwana, 1,700 British soldiers were annihilated by the Zulu because there was a solar eclipse at 2:29 that day. And this motivated the Zulus, who claimed it was a sign they would prevail. You know? They call it the Day of the Dead Moon. It's also called Zulu Dawn. Hey, Naeem, is that Maisha's people who sing that song Zulu Dawn?
Yes. Twinkle Brothers. Yes.
The Twinkle Brothers. Yo, cue that up. Somebody cue up one of them pillars. Find the Twinkle Brothers. Zulu Dawn. We're going to have to run that. All right? So, yeah. That eclipse in 1914 that we talked about. Oh, no. This is another one. Excuse me. I think the one over the U.S. was 1918. Excuse me. But in 1914, there was an eclipse over Europe that, you know, opened the door, opened that portal for World War I. World War I was the first war to introduce humanity to the horrors of modern warfare, armored tanks, aerial bombing, poisonous gas, right? World War II ended in November 1918, marked by the year of the solar eclipse that did traverse the US. So when I meditate on that question, I got to ask myself, did we win World War I? Were there any winners after the world wars? Or were we all losers? Eclipses in prophecy. They say in May 10th, 1532 BCE, Abraham in Canaan experienced an eclipse, escaping drought and famine. They say Amos in 762 BCE saw an eclipse fall over Assyria and took it as a sign for the downfall of that kingdom. And then Amos chapter 8 verse 9, and on that day says the Lord God, I will make the sun go down at noon, and I will darken the earth in broad daylight. Jonah, same way, prophesies the downfall of Nineveh during the same eclipse. And his prophecy is so legends. It's known as the sign of Jonah. Okay, you can check that out. Here's a quick summary of it. Right before the eclipse, Jonah told Nineveh, yo, y'all got 40 days to repent. Y'all going to receive mad destruction by earthquake, insurrection, plague, famine, and drought. Yo, and he was so firm with it. Everybody listened, even the king. Okay? And everybody fasted for 40 days, even the animals. They say Nineveh was spared. You got one eclipse associated with the crucifixion of the Christ, March 19th, 33 BCE. Okay? And an account of it can be found in what's called the Report of Pilate, you know, Pontius Pilate, right? Jesus was delivered to him by Herod, Archelaus, Philip, Annas, Caiaphas, and all the people. And at his crucifixion, the sun was darkened, the stars appeared, and in all the world, people lighted lamps from the 6th hour till evening. The moon appeared like blood. There's also an eclipse associated with the birth of the prophet Muhammad, as well as, and that would be November 24th, 569, as well as the death of Muhammad's son, excuse me, Ibrahim, January 27th, 6:32. Okay. And here are those accounts on the screen. So I already mentioned this. Where? What is an eclipse, astrologically speaking? It's where the sun and the moon conjunct the north node, right? Y'all can see that in that chart right there. A new moon, sun and moon conjunction occurs every new moon, right? But it's when the node is there involved that you're going to have that occulting. Why? Because not only are they in the same area space, but they're on the same path. Okay? There's something we should know about the sun and sun conjunction, right? We already mentioned this, that a conjunction is an aspect, right? When two luminaries are within 3 to 7 degrees of each other, right? So now when the sun conjunct something or is hard conjunct, there's something happen that's called combust. And what that is the sun's power is so intense, it combusts, it burns out the other planet. Okay? It's canceled. Why? Because the sun just overpowers it. So now, this causes us to really have to meditate on something. Again, how our ancestries move, right? In today's modern astrology, usually what we consider the new moon is when the sun is combusting the moon. When the sun and the moon are in exact degree of aspect of one another. And so we be working our rituals and our new moon affirmations and our change of habits and all of that. We aligning it with this sun moon calculated astrological conjunction, right? But if we study our ancients, we study the ancestries, the new moon always started at the first visible crescent. When the moon was far away enough from the sun that you could see it. But it would just be a small, scant slither, small slant crescent, right? Again, why? When the moon was invisible, due to its proximity of the sun, the ancients considered this a malefic time and did as little as possible. So if they just did that every new moon and waited till they could see a crescent before they put their works in motion, that just ultimately does reaffirm when it's an eclipse, right? So during a solar eclipse, the moon occults the sun. Again, malefic time. Okay? North Node is the destiny point in our chart, right? It's where we headed based on the trajectory we came in here with. Like we all are characters with a mission, right? And we all kind of like that Millennium Falcon. It's a little beat up, but we could work it to get where we going, right? And we got our space-time coordinates set. Pure, we about to launch off. That's your North Node. Where you're headed. All the other placement of the planets, that's the condition of your Falcon. You know? Your shit's fucked up. You got to hold it. you got a whole lot of squares and oppositions causing drag and lag and, or what is it? Oh, you got to tune up last lifetimes. You got all these trines and sextiles. That's what you know it is. So an eclipse, if anything, we could say it is a fateful time. It's a destined time, you know? It is a time to reflect on our purpose and where we're headed, Your fate as determined by prior behaviors. Okay? Yeah. But then even on a grander scale, during eclipses, it is wise to see where the eclipse falls in the charts of nations and leaders. The great American eclipse of 2017, yeah, we had to look at the Don Mon's chart. Where was this thing falling, And yeah. We see the Don Mon. Look, he got Neptune and Jupiter, players of the prophetic stage in his second house, money maker. That is a millionaire mark right there, Mars in his 12th though. Pluto in his 12th. Yeah. So he's a Leo rising. That's why he got that mane on top of his head, right? So we took a look at that. We ain't gonna get all deep in that tonight, but we did want to look at where this eclipse fell in his chart and what? It was his 12th house. And we said, yo, within 28 days of this eclipse, things beyond his control, 12th house, was going to cause revelations and deep secrets. Possibility, bump him up out of there, And we see how that's playing out. Coming full circle 24 with this quote unquote insurrection, So, y'all with me? I'm hearing someone texting me. Y'all, are we good? We good?
We good. Yep.
All right.
Yeah, we blessed. Let's get it.
All
We're
right.
going in.
So, the U.S. chart, the 2017 eclipse fell in the U.S.'s fourth house. Homeland insecurity. Fourth house is the homeland. It's Yeah. And Mars was conjunct the eclipse and Nadir. This domestic conflicts, this domestic terrorism, these all the shootouts. Yo, pillars. Let's see if one day we can have AI show us how many mass murders pre-17 post-eclipse.
Okay.
That would say a lot to this aspect,
Right. Yeah,
So,
I run the data analysis.
Give thanks. So we also said, hey, we might see some earthquakes, right? With Mars being there. Nadir is the earthquake trigger point in geodetic and national charts, So, yeah. We want to just highlight them things because they may be relevant in April 8th, 2024. Wow, even look at how the mathematics line up, on this 44 year. So, hey, thank y'all for your patience. We went in. I'm sealed up with that portion too, pillars.
Yes, I give thanks, Ras. Give thanks.
Yes, yes.
How many
Beautiful
people in the
present.
house?
We got 34.
All right, y'all hung in there. Y'all
Yes,
know
the
what
family
it is.
done. Yes, indeed.
All right.
Good number 34. So if we do have questions from the audience, I would say now is the perfect time to begin to get those questions answered. And you could type if there's a question and you don't want to ask it, you can actually type it and I will ask it.
Now, I wanted to know what was the significance about the moons falling on the Mondays and Tuesdays this year. And thank you. You did a wonderful job. I appreciate you.
You said moons falling?
Yeah, on Mondays and Tuesdays this year, it was like, it was weird. Throughout the year, it was like Monday, new moon, full moons was on Mondays and Tuesdays.
This was what, in 23?
Yes.
I didn't pay attention to that. I'd have to kind of look forward and see how that rolled out. But
Yeah, you know, we gotta combat it. So I've been kind of on it.
well, you know, Monday is the moon's day.
It's the moon day.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
so if it's a full moon or a new moon on the moon's day, that's a time to work that lunar energy. Wear your moonstone, get out in the moon rays, make sure you're well hydrated with high quality H2O, right?
This
And
Hawaiian volcanic water.
oh, sound like you can't go wrong. And then
Alkaline.
yeah, work on your emotions, work on your inner world, work on the water principle inside of you, right? Which rules our emotions.
One more question. Thank you so much. Red. So you got me kind of into that like sun gazing. So I kind of went into tears when Blue had put in the beginning, like when you sun gazing, like those colors, like after you do it, like those are colors that I kind of like see, and it kind of like threw me because the first time I did it was like crazy. I was watching something you had did maybe like last year or so. Um, was that something like what he was showing us? Like as far as like when you sun gaze, you know what I mean? You know how you showed, you know, you do the one hand and then the one hand, you
Right.
know how you did it.
Right. One eye at a
So,
time.
right.
Yeah.
So when Blue was showing those first pictures of those colors, it threw me for a loop because it's like those are the actual colors. Like after you do it, you see like the world look different, yo. Like I really appreciate you like
Oh, you
opening me
mean
up
like
to
the Aurelio Boris and stuff like that?
yes, like the colors is like the whole street look different.
Well, think about it. You're beginning to, take in these sun rays and whatnot. You're sun gazing. So it's definitely going to enhance your eyesight. It's definitely you're gonna see colors. You're even gonna receive downloads. So with the sun activity the way it is right now, I would highly recommend that you maintain your sun gazing and even your sun bathing. For those
Yeah,
who
it
can
looks
get
completely I'm sorry not to cut you off, but it looks completely blue to me. I can stare at actually in it. It freaks me out sometimes.
right. I mean,
Tapped
don't,
in.
definitely tapped in. You don't want to really, You know, you don't want to, you want to be mindful of the times that you're sun gazing as well. It fares better when it's the beginning of the rising, sunrise, not noon, and also around the time of sunset. A good brother taught me a ritual, Azazel, rest in peace. He said, horizon, sun rising is Horus rising, and sunset is set. It's the setting of set. So you bury your intentions, or you put things to rest when the sun is setting. So if when the sun is setting, that's when you basically bury what it is that you want to bury. That's when you put things away. When the sun is rising, that's when you give birth to things. So in your meditation, you would want to give birth. You would want to bring forth, you know what I mean? You would want to program your day that way.
Right.
So
And can I say one more thing too?
Mhm.
Also, so that's why I kind of start my, your positive affirmations. I do them more so at night because like it goes to rest with me. Is
Facts.
that
Both.
okay? Come
We
on.
we do the
I love you.
right. We do the affirmations definitely before sleep to program you. You going into this quantum realm and whatnot. You're going into the sleep state. But there's also affirmations when one rises that has to do with gratitude for just rising, to
Oh,
show gratitude,
absolutely.
right? And
He hit
also
the floor.
exactly. And also to, possibly being the first thing that you program your day with, you're in charge of the first messages that you receive. You're in charge of, what your day is going to actually be like energy wise and whatnot. That has a
So
lot to. Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, but how can I protect my energy while I'm asleep?
Say that again.
How can I
How can
protect my energy while I'm asleep?
All right. Most important for everybody who's being affected in their sleep state, take the phone away from you. Take it out the room. For
And the
those who
mirrors,
really
no mirrors.
beyond the
Okay.
mirror, it's not that. It's your phone. It's the frequency of the Wi-Fi and the Bluetooth that is affecting people in their dream state. That's not the only reason, but that plays a major part. We are not necessarily collectively, taking this as serious as it needs to be taken. We're not putting diodes on the phone. We're not protecting it. So these devices have become even more radioactive than they were when they first came out and whatnot. These updates that they give it, and you don't know what kind of technology is taking place. Auto suggestion. The phone is sending out suggestions the same way that Google could come up with stuff when you think it. Well, they're also beaming signals, ELF signals, to be like kill, 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 murder, murder, murder. Look how many people have been decapitated. Look how many people are like, you got like landlords killing their tenants, and you got sons decapitating their parents, and it's heinous crimes taking place. But at the same time, that's what Netflix is showing you. That's what all of, I remember when it was one streaming network. Now there's like 6 of them, and 5 of them are giving you all of this true crime stuff. They're telling you how the bodies are being chopped up, the Jeffrey Dahmer stuff. So you got people eating GMO, smoking GMO weed, sipping on spirits, eating bad processed food, watching Jeffrey Dahmer, and then going to sleep with the radio on and the phone next to them. What
Right,
kind of experience?
Change our music too, because the HD and the music, listen to higher vibing music.
Oh, Spirit just told me this to tell you, and this would be something that I would encourage you to try, and then tell me what the results are. Binaural beats, right?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I listen to the chakra joints for like
Yes.
3 to 6 hours, like once or twice a week. I try to do, because like this light is hard to dim, bruh, and it's like a gift and a curse.
Of course. I take it from me. I get it.
Me in tears, and that's why y'all like us. I know I hate to take over it, but last week on Thursday, dude was talking about like what somebody had already did. I'm like, yo, do he not know that man
But
head done been on a plate?
let's see if
Like we
let's
so
see if let's see if there are other questions though, and open that
binaural
portal.
beat.
You
Thank
know, and
you.
we
Right.
appreciate, love you, and honor you, sister. Thank you for your sharing.
Got me in
Yes.
tears.
It's all good.
See,
But I would definitely try out maybe, like I said, don't have if you have like Bluetooth speakers, right? Like I have like the speakers outside the bedroom, right? So at night I might turn the binaural beats on, and it's subtle. It's not blasting and whatnot, because that's not the body that's hearing it in the sleep state. You don't have to play it loud. It's subtle, because in your sleep state, you're still gonna pick it up. You're still going to be able to benefit off of what you're hearing and whatnot. But you do not want to have these electronic devices in your circumference while you are in your sleep state, because you may not, you may be getting signals and dreams and all kind of stuff, and it might not be from you. So be very mindful of that. These devices are they have two, quote unquote, they're double-ended, right? They're double-ended. Gift and a curse.
thank you.
So next question, please, from the family.
Yo, peace, everyone. This was really amazing. It was the same question I had asked in the last one, which was about, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, loud and
Yeah,
clear.
yeah, because it's raining outside now. About anything auspicious, Ross, that you see at the beginning of March, particularly March 9th through the 11th, because in the Hebrew Aramaic calendar, next year is a double Adar, which is a double Pisces, and that comes 7 times in 19 years. And so it's almost like the leap year on the Hebrew calendar. So a lot of the small hat community is talking about like big celebrations and Messiah talk and special Purim, which is their like kind of Halloween celebration.
Before he answers that, I have to reiterate, because I did not mention it, that on August the 12th, that's the day after they said hip hop was born, because of the, you had the 40-year cycles, right? August the 12th, 43, 83, and then August the 12th, 2023, everybody was focusing on Hawaii, Lahaina. So when you popped up, it reminded me to remind the family that we have to really look into that forgotten tragedy that basically got swept under the rug. And it just shows you where humanity is at. We left 2,000 kids missing, and then was like, I'll catch up, you know what I mean? On to the next tragedy. Nobody never said anything about, so that's where humanity is going, because we are desensitized. We are dehumanized. For Kafunya, this asking about the solutions, we're in the Kali Yuga, so there are solutions. However, there's also the aspect of just being honest about where you are in time right now. If we were not in the Kali Yuga, why did the whole world forget about 2,000 children that got incinerated? Nobody said anything. So what's going on with their spirits and their souls and whatnot? And then we focus on, is it real? And you got 20,000 dead, right? And amongst that, the majority of those are women and children. They said about 53% of the quote unquote students in Palestine are dead. Right? So because of the simple fact that the day that they said that there's 2,000 children missing, the next day, the whole world didn't put pressure on them. They didn't have UN hearings and all of this other stuff. They just carried on with tradition. They allowed them to say, yeah, they've been missing for a week. Well, wait, where do you think they at, bro? It's 2,000 of them. Where did they go? I mean, it's the hypocrisy and the stupidity of what the media does to just dumb down the masses and whatnot. It's like it's almost like a curse got even stronger because we didn't attack that. Now we got to deal with this. So what's going to come after that? Because this is not receiving no type of justice. People are just bumping their gums and marching and whatnot, but the killing continues. So
facts.
I'll let Ras Ben answer that question that you asked, but I had to get that out.
Yeah, I didn't y'all can hear me?
Yes.
All right. I didn't I remember that question and I thought it was really relevant, especially with just like the movement of planet Saturn ending up in Pisces, right? And how you said the double Adar is like you know, a double Pisces, right? And I didn't follow up on it, but I do think it's part of also just the timing where we say, what? We're going to need to know the prophetic stage. Like, what does that mean? What does that mean in prophecy? You know, these are the type of things we're going to have to be aware of. Why? Because there's going to be inspired acts, inspired events based on the double Adar, you know? And so that's what I would have to add to that.
Yes, yes, yes.
Gratitude.
Indeed.
Oh.
Yes. So do we have any more? Anybody else in the audience wanted to add on?
Yeah.
Tequila?
Brother Jamal.
Yes, I asked that question already.
No, I saw that you wrote in the chat, listening to 72 names of God before bed while brushing teeth, light candles, set intentions for dream time. Do you care to elaborate on that?
Yeah, so the 72 names are 3 verses from Exodus where Moses parted the Red Sea. And my teacher's ancestor, Abraham Abulafia, when he was meditating on the Hebrew Torah, realized that those were 72 three-letter combinations connected to divinity. One of them is Lamed Lamed Hey, Lila, which is the one for dreaming. And they say that when you in the Kabbalistic Moroccan Kabbalistic tradition, meditating on Lamed Lamed Hey keeps Lilith away, because that energy of Lilith like is the succubus that comes in dreams. So when you listen to those 72 names before you go to sleep, I've been doing it for over 23 years. It's like putting on body armor and you protect yourself. And like to this day, I have not had one incident in my dream. To this day. You know,
can you
like,
repeat that?
Yeah. To this day, like listening
72.
to the 72, I actually put it inside of the
it's
chat.
In the chat.
Yeah. Listening to those names are really powerful. I mean, you could listen to the 99 names of Allah. They got 108 names of Krishna, but I do believe that like because people have put an energy into these names for protection, that they do put a form of body armor on you before you go to sleep to protect you. And so that it's what I've personally used. My children use it and my family uses it. The 72 divine names in Hebrew, listening to them before you go to sleep is really powerful.
To this day.
To this day. So you got that
I got
tequila?
a question.
Yes.
Tequila, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I am a Libra.
Okay.
Okay. So I know my Venus is Libra, right? Does that make me like is that why like I don't know, like it's like the balance should like be there. Is that like really like a thing? Because I got like 3
I
Libras.
couldn't just you know, I'd have to see your chart. I wouldn't even want to
Right. We had to
begin
pull up the chart and go a little bit
guessing
deeper than
that,
that.
you know?
And also,
Hey, let me ask
what's a
something.
good
Let me ask
yes?
something. Is Carol Terry still in the session? Carol Terry, are you still with us? Because we were graced tonight by one of my astrology teachers, like first students, you know? Like I would say I was probably one of his last students. This sister was one of his first, and is you know, because we studied under brother Baba Kofi Burgi.
Yes, legend.
Here in Philadelphia, he had Kofi's astrology bookstore right on Broad Street for a number of decades. Y'all passed it enough times coming up Broad Street. Carol Terry, I saw she is signed up tonight. I wanted to get some feedback from her, you know, how I'm representing.
Right,
you know,
right.
and but I don't know, has she poked at something or says she here?
No, I
No.
didn't. There was
All
no
right.
response. You know.
All right. Well, love anyway, sister, and salute. Thank you for coming and tuning in, you know?
Definitely, definitely. So yeah, we about to wrap it up, guys. We are at the, let me see. I don't even know at what. We at the 4. We almost at the 5-hour mark, and that's a beautiful thing. You know what I mean? You know, we at the 4. It's 2024, and we at the 4:44 right now. You know what I'm talking
All
about?
right. Give thanks.
So
Well, thank y'all
yes.
for coming. I hope it was worth your while and help you have clarity of vision. And we appreciate love you coming and being a part of it so we could have inspired talk, even though it's virtual. If it was just us and a camera recording, we wouldn't have the same inspiration. But because you are in us in community on
Right.
this Zoom, we do feel like we're talking to someone, so give thanks. We love y'all.
Super facts. And I know that I speak for Blue Pill. If he's not here, that we want to say, thank you for everybody that pulled up. As we said in the title of this dissertation, this is the 2024 40 forecast. So with any forecast, similar to when Al Roker told you to bring your umbrella outside because it's going to rain, that's what the forecast is for. It's to prepare you for things that are going to be inevitable, right? There's nothing that we could do to change the precession of the equinox. There's not a thing that we could do to stop, planets from aligning and whatnot. But what we do have is foresight. And that foresight is a solution. And that foresight is something that is priceless, because that's something that 98% of the people walking this planet, walking into 2024, don't have. So we are literally ahead of the pack right now. We are responsible now that we have this information as to what's going to take place in the upcoming months, that we become the teachers of those who are unprepared and those who are not in the class tonight and whatnot. So the solution is to become the teacher, so you can now take the information that you learned and to help other people walk through their quote unquote darkness or the unknown. Because based off of what is shown in the charts, 2024 is going to reveal a lot of unknowns and a lot of darkness. So one thing that's important is camaraderie. We have to collectively be not just a community in word, but in action. We got to move like a tribe. We got to stick around. We can't just be in and out of people's circumference and whatnot, because to be honest with you, if you say where I'm from, if you say you down, you down. You can't back out. You know what I'm talking about? Like when you signed up for this thing called consciousness, at your signing party, you might not have read the paperwork, but you signed up for a lot. You didn't sign up for a soft life. That's not what this is for. And if you signed up for a soft life, I don't know why you should read your paperwork. You signed up for something. So stand on that. And with that being said, thank you everyone once again for pulling up and for receiving this information as it was given to you. Please do something with it. And we definitely will be seeing you very soon. As a matter of fact, we'll be seeing you on Sunday for my Patreons. We'll be seeing you at the end of the year. I'm doing something on New Year's Day. So yeah, stay tuned. We'll do a whole 2023 review, all of the salacious news. So with that being said, peace, love, and light. Travel safe. And take the phone out the bedroom. Okay. All right, y'all. Purge.
All three of them?
Oh, matter of fact, yes, all three of them. All three of them. We gotta, I say we're gonna end this with magic. So we gotta end this with I could do magic. I could do magic. All right. So yeah, let's end it with the magic, with the magi. You know what I mean? All right, y'all. Peace.
Yeah, started out with nothing. Now I got a whole lot of something. Breaking through the roof. Will it walk away? Yeah, started out with nothing. Now I got a whole lot of something. Breaking through the roof. Will it walk up when they press the button? When I do a money ritual, all of a sudden money started coming. Then I caught the Holy Ghost. I still be rhyming even when I'm mumbling. You repeat my name 3 times. While you staring in the mirror, bottle will appear. Like poof, I came from out of thin air. So me the gun is like a magic wand. I make a problem disappear. When I can hate the teeth out his mouth. Just to turn up to veneer. I can do magic, I can do magic. 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 When I open up my mouth, I can move masses. Black magic on the beat, turn it to a classic. I'ma take the money out the bank, then I'ma put it in a mattress. Told me the niggas gotta pick the color, so I turn it to my own fashion. I'm the original AI, I don't gotta go to practice. I got the answer for all the questions, you don't even gotta ask it. Pop, 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 pop. Heard another rapper got blasted. True, DMT, Molly, X. I'ma mix it all up with the acid. I can do magic, I can do magic. 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 Call me Houdini, the way I remove chains, I make it look too easy. When I can't blow, make the money fall from the sky like it's Lucini. Too creepy. When I wanna talk to them, I'm a wizard, I use Ouija. Audio, side partner, take the pipe down. Call her Luigi. I'm the blue genie. When I do a magic spell, I say hocus pocus. Get the cauldron smoke, whipping the dopest pose. I know who the Holy Ghost, Alakazam. I do magic like Shaka Kazam. On the magic like Shaq and Orlando. I come from a magical land. Feel like Irvin Johnson on the Lakers. I got some talented magical hands. If you pass it to me near the basket, I'll do an immaculate slam. Damn, abracadabra, turn imagination into matter. I've been turning eyes into cadavers. I'm the Alpha and the Omega. I'ma be in the fore and after. I'm a magician. I'm the alchemist winning the kitchen. I got a secret recipe I'm mixing. If you witness Jehovah, you snitching. Are you Christian? No, I'm different. I created a whole new religion. I be making accurate predictions. Life is like an episode of Simpsons. I can do magic. 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 I can do magic.